Morning King Kayfabers. Doing another issue of Wizard this week. Yeah, these Wizards, man. We really are getting into the into the back half of the 90s.
Yes, sir. This issue, I know like the back of my hand.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get into it when we're actually recording. So don't want to give away too much, but should be a fun week. The looking at some Jim Lee ink being inked by Klaus Janson this week. Super interesting stuff.
Yeah. Perfect.
That's going to be fun to show off and talk about for sure. Got some Faust pencils. It's been interesting the last couple of weeks of like pencils and ink talks.
Yeah.
Some of the craft production stuff.
A lot of it revolving around Jim Lee in a way with the Scott Williams stuff. I feel like that might be the video tomorrow. Like
I like that video a lot.
The Scott Williams vid. Punisher War Journal is a pretty interesting.
It would be neat to go through those war journals, like set them all down and go through chronologically, because I feel like that's whenever Jim Lee becomes Jim Lee,
totally.
And he's not in the beginning.
No,
it's
Al Milgrom
a lot of growing pains there.
Several issues. Do you have issue 8?
I think I have the full run, maybe not issue 1, but I think I have all the Jim Lee issues other than that one.
Yeah, and we did issue 1.
That was a series that I bought. I used to have it. I got rid of it. I bought a couple issues off the newsstand and then didn't keep buying it. I just wasn't hooked. But it's fun to go back and look at it because he is... You can almost imagine him going in several directions.
He inks issue 8.
Yep.
So
that one, I actually looked at... Actually have that one with me.
Don't show it. Let's do that one.
Yes.
Because also that cover is iconic. That cover is
amazing. But so is the... Yeah, that's the one. I was thinking this one too, issue 11, like this cover. This is a really strong cover. This would be in ads. It wasn't the video game ad that was everywhere, but it would be in ads like for...
Don't show it. Oh, Jim, be professional, goddammit.
See, this is the difference between us and KDK Studios. Right. Where's Alante? Get these audio levels right.
Yeah, so the audience is popping into the chat.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun week. Dude, we have an Al Williamson like artist edition style book. So a lot of good stuff that we'll be looking at.
Show that to the King Kayfabers, man, because they got to order that thing. It's one of those Flesk books.
Yeah, we looked at Steve Rude's a couple weeks ago. Flesk is they've done some nice stuff. Their production's pretty good looking stuff.
I think they just put together a Kickstarter for Art Adams or like artist edition type book.
Yeah, this is from Scott Strong as well. Whenever we met him in Columbus, and we'll certainly say that on the video. But man, there's a wealth of comic stuff out there these days. It'd be impossible to keep up with all of it. Oh, this is interesting. Foreword here by William Stout. We're going to look at the first Goon comic that we look at is going to be this week. And I read it in a collection form, and William Stout wrote the intro to that collection as well. So, how's everybody doing today? How many of you guys are making comics while you're watching this? It's one of the things that we talked about this channel being good for is something to listen to when you're working. I know a few of you are makers. Yeah, this is going to be a really fun book to go through. Interesting to find these kinds of books. I have one on Sam Keith, and it's mostly like his painted work. Not exactly an artist edition, but at this point, like the reproductions are so sharp, they can really make beautiful books with them, and that wasn't always the case, even in my reading time. You know, you see some of those art books from the 80s, and they just aren't very good reproduction-wise, so we're very spoiled. I would have never anticipated any of this stuff as a kid. If I would have had my wish list for what comics were going to be over my lifetime, it has so far exceeded it. And I've talked to people like Gary Groth and Bill Boychelle, these guys who have been around comics for a long time and have advocated for comics as an art form and comics as a medium. And they all say the same thing, you know, that this has all just kind of gone above and beyond whatever their hopes were. Now I'm curious what the percentage of the King Kayfabers are as makers. I feel like we might be looking at like 75%.
Right. This book is so cool.
Drawers out there while they're watching us. This book's really nice. That's what I was just saying is reproduction is so good now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is a stunner. Kind of makes me excited to look for more Flesk publications. Because an Art Adams book, you know, I hope that it's this approach where like you're getting sketches and roughs and tracing paper overlays.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is cool. What a nice book. It's great to think that there are several publishers that are doing high-end production of art books. Keep everybody on their toes.
Competition's good.
Absolutely.
Competition is a good thing. Just clearing up a little space on the phone.
I've been thinking of videos, you know, to do over the next couple weeks, and I want to do another lettering video, and it's such an ASMR video, because it's that point dragging on the paper sound.
Sure, music to my ears.
Yeah, I've come across that a couple times where it's so weirdly compelling, like a comfort sound or something.
Remember when we did that screenwriting course? And there was that one mother who kept like talking about so much of like her son's like the weird shit that he does. And one of them, she was like, "Yeah, what is this?" He like listens to. He like goes to sleep to like videos of ladies crunching up paper. And
I don't remember that. Was her story the golf story?
It was. What was it? A golf bitch or something like that. golf horror.
That should have been the note.
Nah, that's what her shit was called, like golf slut or like golf.
That's hilarious.
Groovy.
There's a show, and I feel like it's kind of her show because it's like following like these golf people around, you know, pro golfers and like the entourage and the girls and stuff.
Yeah, those chicks ain't no dummies, man. I know those chicks, man. And then the other thing that she talked about, that same lady, was like, yeah, we just don't know what he did. He just accidentally hit a couple of buttons on his phone, and he posted a picture of his penis. Like,
I've had a lot of accidents online. None of them involve pictures of my penis.
Just a total like mom.
That's
just, like,
hilarious. Yeah.
Full benefit of the doubt. But like every week she would have a news story about her son, and I'm like, this kid fucking sucks, man.
That's so funny.
This kid's a piece of fucking crap, and she doesn't know it because she's a loving mother. But your son is a douchebag.
Yeah.
What happened?
Devin Yeater said, "Pictures of my penis was the first thing I heard."
Just want to make sure that we don't got too much glare as we go through issues. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, looks good. Okay. Who did this cover?
Bart Sears. Can't believe you don't recognize that. Or possibly Andy Smith. I'm sure it's Bart Sears. Remember that dude did like 4 out of the first 12 covers or something?
You're right.
That was gotta be the peak of his career, right?
Oh yeah, he benefited a lot.
He did that one badass Venom cover. I would love some of those covers.
Can you let me in? It's these two.
And then I feel like usually the comics didn't do as much for me. But he would do some killer like single shots.
And then it's like nature abhors the vacuum. He's like, fuck, Will's just like taking a powder. He ain't putting out his wet works, so I'm gonna put out Brute and Babe and still have my shiny guys that benefit from.
Do you remember that Brutes and Babes promo piece in Wizard where like he didn't have a name for the world yet? He had like all this stuff that just wasn't even filled out, and he's talking about selling this book and how great it's gonna be, and it's like it was the most just promo thing probably in the history of Wizard. And that comic, man, that's a rough one. What was it? Tablet format?
That one, yeah, right? Like where it's just pages and like loose leaf pages. It's like, how does that work? You just don't even want to go to a bindery? That's your innovation? You know, that period of comics is like there's a name for it in television technology where like the cathode ray tube has been kind of perfected, so it just became about like the ornamental wooden box that you put it in.
Yeah.
Like that's like a moment in time, and like that bleeding edge comic production stuff. We had a version of that where it's like, let's put it out in in trading card form and like all this kind of stuff, and it's like, nah, dude. Guess what? The dust is settled, and the steering wheel is still on the same side of the car, and the brake pedals and all that stuff still work the same. Ready when you are, Jimmy. Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. Hold up. Welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We're going to be taking a look at Wizard magazine number 54 today, but hit up our Patreon at the link in the description below this video. Become a King Kayfaber, and you are going to mitigate the Kayfabe effect. You are getting the videos before anybody else at that level, and you'll have a chance to get those comics off the aftermarket quicker than anybody else in Gen Pop. The videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Before you is our bibliography of materials that are out there right now. Coming later in 2023 is the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus. Put in your pre-orders for this right now. We're projecting to sell a bunch of these things, man. But we need you to lock in your copy so that you don't miss the boat. 504 pages, 140 pages of material that is not in the big four volumes that are out there today. Lots of new artwork that has been created explicitly for the Omnibus. In May, I'm going to begin my last round of Red Room comics. Crypto Killers issue 1 and 2. These are the covers to those. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there right now. It'll be coming out on a monthly basis, and every story is completely self-contained. So if you see a Red Room comic, you haven't read one yet, pick it up, give it a shot. If you dig it, grab another. 3 volumes X-Men Grand Design out there, and Wizzy... Hold up. I don't even got the fucking microphone in here.
Oh, shit.
My bad, dude.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to that either.
Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, check. All right, hit it, Jimmy. Welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Going to be taking a look at Wizard magazine number 54 today. Jump onto our Patreon at the link in the description below this video. Become a King Kayfaber and mitigate the Kayfabe effect. You'll get all the videos before anybody else, and you could have the opportunity to sit in with us while we live stream record this. Got a couple dozen people in the chat room right now at this early date, and they're just going to keep filling in. They're getting all of the comics before anybody else. The vids are brought to you by the books that we make. Also, 2023, it's going to be a big year. Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you this holiday season. 504 pages with 140 pages of material that is not in those first 4 volumes, including a bunch of art that I drew exclusively for this omnibus. Red Room Crypto Killers 1, 2, 3, and 4 are coming out to you on a monthly basis beginning in May. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. Each comic completely self-contained. So if you see an issue of Red Room, scoop it up, give it a shot. If you dig it, grab another. 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room are out there. 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design and WYSIWYG. Jimmy has Street Angel Princess of Poverty forthcoming to you in a couple of months, man. July, is it, Jim?
Yes.
Coming out in July. It's going to be collecting the material that is not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, which has a new print edition. Get both volumes of Street Angel. You're going to have all of the Street Angel comics that Jimmy has created to date. He is the man behind the art of the Plain Jane's shoujo manga and the creator of Hulk Grand Design. Scoop up our books. Keep these videos coming to you on a regular basis. Without further ado, let's take a look at Wizard number 54 with this stellar cover, James.
So I am way out at this point, like freshman at college, turning 19 in February 96, and just this is not my focus anymore. But I make fun of this Marvel DC crossover as being like, clearly they're just hot-shotting. It worked. This is the #1 book on Comicron, the numbers they post. This is the #1 book for 95 and 96. So whatever they were hoping to achieve, they did it. They certainly sold these in massive numbers.
Yes. We'll be getting into that.
And Bart Sears here back on the cover. A frequent Wizard cover artist in the early days of Wizard magazine. Hadn't seen him for a while, and here he is again.
Look at him, chunky muscles.
He definitely drew everybody like they had been skinned.
And we got a big Wildstorm crossover. It's like a 20+ some issue crossover, Fire from Heaven. I recognize some of the artists. I see Travis, as I called him, Charist, back in those days. I don't know how you say his name correctly. I see a little J. Scott Campbell. I feel like I see a little Jim Lee in there. And so much of the other stuff like this, I don't even know who drew that thing.
Yeah, I didn't even realize this was a mashup of different artists because some of this stuff is super generic.
Yeah.
Knowing that it is different artists, it would be kind of fun to break down, try to guess these artists. Because now that you say it, I do see a few people in there. I'll add Brett Booth as somebody I see. And I think S. Clark, or Clark...
Scott Clark.
Scott Clark, yes. I believe I'd give him Warblade on this spread, but I could be wrong.
This is an issue that is absolutely burnt into my consciousness, man. I read and reread this one a whole bunch of times. The last 2 issues were dead spots to me, but now I'm back on board for another year or two. From Dusk Till Dawn, movie ad right here in the Anti-Gravity Room show. Like, the only Trevor Von Eden interview that they got on there, man, was because he drew the comic adaptation.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
This is that era.
Well, that's a strange ad for that movie.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. You know what it is, man? It's hindsight 2020. George Clooney ain't nobody yet. Like this is the movie that made him a movie star or just viable. Completely took off that ER varnish and get him to say a couple fuck words and realize, oh, this guy can do some stuff. Batman Contagion is a crossover that I remember from the newsstand still. There's still new spinner racks in the grocery stores. And Kelly Jones is the Batman artist. I think those are the issues of Contagion that I have. And maybe it's just this Batman 529. If I remember correctly, like there's some sort of pathogen, some sort of pandemic.
I was going to say, they should have reissued this one the last couple of years, man.
Totally. And if I remember correctly, like the bridge in and out of Gotham that just kind of gets destroyed. So now like the Gotham is an island unto itself and they gotta fend for themselves. We did an early classic X-Men issue showing off the original issue of the comic as well as the classic X-Men version, which they would add. Yeah. They would do the Hollywood version in classic X-Men to kind of try to take care of any weird retcon kind of things or build future continuity into those old series. And that's what this letter here is talking about, man, is like there's an appearance of Apocalypse in the issue of 119 of X-Men. Like, how is that possible? How come you don't say that that's his first appearance and they're just letting you know that they go back in and fiddle with things a little bit?
It surprises me that wasn't pushed harder.
Right.
You know, like try to sell those reprints to everybody by saying, like, even if you've read them already, there's some extra Easter eggs in these new reprints.
No other real letters to speak of for me.
Billy Tucci writes in.
Oh, right. Yeah, this is good. We were talking about it before, man. On the cover of She Won, 6 fingers on she, and he's attributing it to Jimmy Palmiotti, the inker.
Yes, he is throwing Jimmy under the bus.
and Jimmy responds, "I added an extra finger. Are you kidding? When I got the cover, there were 9 fingers, a passport, and a hamburger. I did Tucci a favor." They went back and redrew it. The mere fact that it's called out and recognized, I feel like that lends credence to my argument of it being kayfabe.
I'll tell you, anytime this stuff comes up like this, I assume that that's the situation. Like, it's impossible not to be cynical now about anything that is some kind of a, something wrong that gets attention called to it. You have to think that's a good stunt.
There are literally ads on Instagram and stuff for games, and they intentionally make the character do the wrong thing, and it just gets engagement and pushes it so high on the algorithm, totally manipulating people who don't realize they're being spun.
I would love a zine of all the 9-finger comic book drawings, or 6 fingers rather.
Someone sent us a copy of Captain Canuck. I won that one in our flip throughs. Like I realized, first appeared in self-titled comic 1975, and it's like, oh fuck, we got that. I thought it might have been even an older comic. Like I thought my Captain Canuck one was like some reissue of some older comic, but nah, we definitely have that, and should probably take a look at it under the microscope one time. Got your fan art. Nobody of note who I recognize as going on to bigger and better.
It's true, but an interesting selection of characters once again with Scud. I'm a fan of, but feels like this is representative of a declining readership. Where like some of these other characters, I don't want to say secondary, but indie, Johnny Homicidal Maniac, Sandman's huge, so that one isn't really too outlandish, even though it's not a superhero per se.
It's a first Johnny appearance, which is definitely noteworthy. Yonan Vasquez goes on to bigger and better, to be sure. Scud was a darling. Rob Schrab, he's a pimp. Rob Schrab is a pimp, man. People who were at that first SPX tell stories of him wallpapering the bathrooms and the walls with stickers of Scud. Like you couldn't look anywhere not see Scud. So that guy was putting himself out there in a big way, and this comic was promoted all over the place.
Yeah.
A Shepherd is coming. Some more of that Rob Liefeld Extreme Destroyer stuff.
He gave them a lot of ad money.
I was thinking about this stuff, man, like the Extreme Studios books. You recently read that Kitchen Confidential Anthony Bourdain book, and there's that part in there where he talks about like new restaurateurs who have a business that's not making profit right away, and then the restaurateurs will hedge and start to have like 2-for-1 coupons in your penny saver and stuff like that to try to like bring people in. Rob was changing his comics a whole bunch, and like if it wasn't hitting a certain number, he would try to like re-engineer it and then bring something out. And it's the same deal, in my opinion, man. It's kind of like a lack of confidence in the thing, not giving it room to grow, and trying to go for that bombast or trying to like retool it to hit something bigger. And that's what we're seeing with some of these. He talked about in the interview, New Force is just New Men. But now there was a New Men comic, but we're going to break off. There's going to be New Man and then New Force.
Right. Yeah, that's funny.
It's very similar to that vibe.
Do you think he was kayfabing when he had said there were 75 people on his payroll in that last issue of Wizard? Maybe. That's a big, big operation. 75 employees is a lot.
Yeah. Police raid comic shops in Oklahoma and Florida. You did a little interview, man, with Hart D. Fisher. He brought up that Taste of Cherry book in from Verotic number 4, I believe, which has a teenage girl raped, tortured, killed while being snuff filmed. This got sucked up by the Vice Squad in Oklahoma. Florida's already on record, man, for being a bunch of censorial fuckheads, man, when it came to the Mike Diana.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is just post Mike Diana, I think a year later.
Situation, man. So we're labeling Frank Thorne and Fantagraphics as child pornographers because of characters in these Eros books and things.
Lady Death getting lumped in with that Florida siege. Not Lady Death, just Death.
Just Death, yeah.
Preposterous to think about Death as being like somehow put into this obscene pile.
There are these misguided do-gooders out there. Actually, like, in context, I'm watching so much 90s stuff right now, man, for the next comic that I'm working on. And there was, like, an episode of 90210 that talked about, making condoms available to the students of Beverly High. And kids who went to Beverly High in real life made that an issue in their school system. And then, if you remember, like, during the Clinton administration, I forget who the Surgeon General was, but she was promoting masturbation and have condom availability. The AIDS epidemic is still going down at that point. Like, in what universe is lack of information a good thing, especially when you have some stuff like that? So all of that was in the news, and I feel like the AIDS awareness component of this death thing was getting caught up in that conversation about premarital sex, condoms, yada yada for kids. It's a comic book. Kids reads comics. Like this was a very noteworthy piece of news at this time.
Pretty alarming to think about. Because Gen 13 number 5 gets added to that pile. Like, unbelievable.
We have friends, man. Bill Boychelle, proprietor of Copacetic Comics here in town. The Vice Squad came to his shop, undercover capacity, man, and then, they let themselves be known. And if your job, if you're a hammer, everything's a nail. These guys have perverted minds. Their minds are twisted, these Vice cops. They have to look for disgusting things in everything. It's their job, and their job security is contingent on finding stuff that they can use to keep their job security. So it can get as silly as trying to censor a fucking death comic.
Amazing.
Let's just take all comics out of Florida. You guys could go do your thing. No comics for you.
It's funny to see, like, Hart D. Fisher and Gary Groth lumped together in an article.
I feel like the only other time you would see that, there's a documentary on the rock and roll comics guy who met a tragic ending and stuff like that. And Groth is on there, and he minces no words. Yeah, those comics are fucking shit. Like who? I'm sorry the guy's dead, but Jesus Christ, those comics are trash.
Gotta love his honesty.
Worlds collide. Marvel and DC merge their universes into one. This is a call out to amalgam. I swear to God, I thought we covered this many issues ago, but it's just happening right now. Got a hot shot. The Marvel and DC stuff. Comics is doing so bad that Marvel and DC put together a little paper company together to put out these comics. They said that 6 books are going to be published under the DC brand. 6 books going to be published under the Marvel brand, where you take 2 big characters like Batman and Wolverine, put them together, and you get a blue and yellow Faust.
Yes, and we have looked at that one.
We have, and we should look at the rest. They're noteworthy comics. My question to you, Jimmy, is how do you, as publisher, you're a publisher of DC, I'm a publisher of Marvel, I want Legends of the Dark Claw. How do we divvy these things up? Because I'll tell you what I don't want. Doctor Strange Fate.
You know what? Ironically, Doctor Strange Fate may be the best looking of all these books.
Yeah, who does that one?
It's,
I don't have that one.
Kevin Nolan on top of Jose Luis Garcia Lopez.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
They're a great team because they do a Batman thing later on too, like a 2-issue one of those Batman. It's not Legends of the Dark Knight, but it's that type of book. And they're a nice team together.
Let's call some of these out, man. We looked at the Legends of the Dark Claw. That was Jim Ballant, I believe.
Jim Ballant, and then they do the animated style.
Yeah, the
version.
Ty Templeton type joint. That comes later. That's way later. Super Soldier, I think that's Dave Gibbons.
It is Dave Gibbons, and I think there are 2 issues of that overall.
I don't know.
Like with Dave Gibbons on both issues. Mark Waid may be writing.
I don't know Amazon.
I think there's one of these Amazons, I think might be a John Byrne.
Okay.
Is that true? Because he's doing Wonder Woman around this time, and I think it's a Storm Wonder Woman mashup, I think.
Assassins, I think, is Scott McDaniel.
That sounds right.
One of these ones, it might be either JLX or X Patrol. One of them is Jeff Matsuda. He actually might be Magneto and the Magnetic Men, actually. Spider-Boy is a cool costume. Like, I feel like the publisher of Legend of the Dark Claw doesn't get Spider-Boy. You gotta spread it out. With the Bruce Wayne Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., I think that might be Stuart Immonen. Bullets and Bracelets, I think that's Gary Frank.
Okay.
Has that one. Like, those are like the couple that I have. I have Speed Demon also. But I forget who does that. Maybe Humberto Ramos or somebody. And these are 12 one-shots. During the month that these books come out, no other superhero comics are coming out from either company.
And it looks like these are connected. It says the 12 one-shots lead into DC versus Marvel 4. So it looks like these are somehow connected to that crossover. And you wonder if these are thrown together whenever they start to see numbers and interest on DC versus Marvel, and they're like, hey, let's hotshot the hotshot.
Yeah.
Because these are one-shots, so you could put them together relatively quickly.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a whole series that you've got a creative team like working for 4 months. Like, this is theoretically, you could get all of these produced in a month or so, and you could insert them into the middle of this hottest thing they're doing in comics at the moment.
Right. Batman crossover leads into Detective 27. That's that Contagion storyline, and that's what we're getting here. So many of these crossovers.
Well, I was going to say that the second story is your Wild Storm crossover. Now it's a Batman crossover.
Sin City Begins 6-issue arc, man. That Yellow Bastard is going to start to get doled out. That was probably I got on board with Silent Night. I bought the books of the previous 3 up to Big Fat Kill. And then Yellow Bastard is the first issues that I really started to get. I finally discovered comic shops around this point. Finally figured out how pull lists work and little subscription forms and things. The Buzz Box is interesting, man. Jim Lee drawing Fantastic Four, ? Rob Liefeld drawing Iron Man, ? It might happen. Buzz hears that Marvel might license the comic book titles to individual Image Comic Studios for Image to produce, specifically Wildstorm and Extreme. But check this out, man. Topps Comics is also reported to be in the mix. That's interesting. That did not happen as part of the Heroes Reborn initiative. Just last month's issue of Wizard magazine, they did a whole piece, man, about these creative teams, including Bob Harris, who was the writer of Avengers, and all the stuff that they were going to do over the next year with these characters. It's this issue now that we see Bob Harris takes over Marvel, becomes editor-in-chief. They get Tom DeFalco out of there. He's going to watch over Marvel in total. And then with the very next issue of Wizard, we're going to have a Jim Lee illustrated Fantastic Four image on the cover. This is a crazy point in time for Marvel because Bob Harris might be the editor-in-chief, but they create these little fiefdom areas. I mean, they already had that with Spider-Man, X-Men, but there's going to be like Bobby Chase with the Marvel Edge and like 2 or 3 other joints.
Yeah, and you could not write this better. Having these two on facing pages, the announcement of the Heroes Reborn and Bob Harris taking over. Like, you almost picture Harris getting the call from whoever, hey, you're being promoted editor-in-chief, and him hanging up and being like, hey, Rob, Jim, I got a job. You guys interested?
Right. Yeah.
Dance with the one that brung you, right?
Totally, man. And you see guys like Scott Lobdell or like who are getting paid thanks to Bob Harris, just totally like sucking up to that. Oh, yes. It's long overdue.
Yeah. Starchild gets a call out, probably on the strength of being featured in a Palmer's Pick previously, because otherwise I don't know how much that would be on the radar of Wizard magazine. And once it happens, like these guys are smart enough, some of them, that you send your press releases to Wizard.
Yeah. So weird, because like I don't think very many of those Starchild comics came out. They're promoting in issue 12. I have a bunch of issues on the strength of Palmer's Picks, by the way, but he's talking about planning it to 100 issues.
He's pretty ambitious. I think he kind of gets out of the comics part of the game and gets into other stuff, but like he takes over some longtime sci-fi magazine that I think he buys and continues to publish possibly to this day, but definitely for a long time. So interesting guy behind the scenes in terms of creating, but maybe not just comics.
Great initiative right here. Marvel bucks the system, the 99-cent comics. As comics, the price of paper's going up, they figured out a way to bring, costs down and bring you comics for $1, which was just music to my ears at this time, because that was the cost of lunch money. And the outlier here would be the Untold Tales of Spider-Man. It's retained its value. You go to dollar bins, you can find some copies, and I never let those comics sit in those bins. I grabbed a couple of issues here and there as it was coming out. Never had it on the regular pull, but never was disappointed by one of those comics. Written by Kurt Busiek, art by Pat Olive, and really, really solid comic. He's such a scholar in Silver Age Marvel,
Right.
and he created these comics to kind of nestle in between Ditko issues and Romita issues and stuff. Just
Yeah,
like
it was a
little,
smart gimmick.
little bridges. Professor Xavier and the X-Men, that had Jan Derzima artwork, and I like her work. She is a QB,
Yeah.
like went through with I think the Tim Truman, Tom Mandrake school. I think she's connected with Mandrake.
I see some similarities with Mandrake art.
But her style at this period on that comic, I don't know if it was instruction, I don't know if it was editorial, where she's using like a Jim Lee style, and it is not congruent with her natural sensibility. Don't like it. Never seen the other ones. Never seen Avengers. Never seen Fantastic Four.
Unplugged. I don't remember those issues.
This Daredevil looks kind of cool in like that McFarlane kind of sense. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to see what more of that. Like what that is.
Yeah, but this can also be a bait and switch. Like, hard to tell if any of this art's actually from those books or the artists that are on those books.
Yeah, it's true. Because even that thing is kind of interesting looking.
Very strange.
Yeah. All right, man. We're gonna take swan songs for a couple of big heavy hitters, man, in the comics medium. Calvin and Hobbes take their last wagon trip. I think it might even be in this Marvel book right here as a bookmark from the Pittsburgh Post Gazette, where I have the clip out of that final strip, or an article about that strip taking the powder, man. Been around about a decade, and Bill Watterson, frustrated with the constraints of the medium as the Sunday funnies are getting squashed more and more. He had pull, he had the biggest. His Sunday feature for Calvin and Hobbes was bigger than Prince Valiant, but it still wasn't enough. They still were squashing him and trying to get him to conform into like that 6-panel setup that most Sundays were, relegated to. He's done. He wants to work on more stuff where he has to have fewer artistic compromises. I think he's got a book coming out reasonably soon, if it's not out already, but I think he mostly does writing on that. To me, it's a non-story.
I think it's unrelated to comics in any way.
Yeah, it's like a picture book. Sandman shuts his eyes. We're getting finally to Sandman issue number 75.
Yeah, you're right. Talk about like two big endings.
Yeah.
Wow. Either both of those worthy of their own articles and features. Big news items.
Totally. And Gaiman, it's interesting. He spent years, 5-6 years with this character. And even to this day, he talks about how this comic was his life during this period. He's going to end it a couple of issues prior and realize that like he couldn't let it go, taking it to that nice nickel and dime kind of ending, man, with issue 75. No.
I love this art. I don't know who that artist is and why that isn't what the Iron Man comics looked like, but boy, that's a cool image.
Yeah, it makes me wonder, like, how do you get that speckled texture?
Yeah, I don't know.
And it's criminal that you don't got the artist names in these captions and things. But the article's a whole bunch of nothing, because it ain't going to matter, because Will's going to be doing that.
I think Matthew Brady is the guy who starts Newsarama.
Oh, that's cool.
I think that's him. Casting call's so stupid.
Immortal Kombat. This is the Garth Ennis, Steve Dillon article promoting Preacher Comics. And at this point, they're going to be putting out the trade paperback of the first 7. And they are on issue 12. I read this article. I saw the art. It's been promoted for a year at this point through Wizard Magazine. And it made me remember, man, I still have my certain kind of rule set internally for comics buying, even at this time. And the comics that were on the rack, it would say on the cover, whatever the name of the story is, part 2 of 5, something like that. I ain't buying part 2 of nothing, man. So I'm going to wait until that is done, expecting to get a trade paperback just like that first batch. And my first issue is like 18, where it's that single story. It's how Jesse's dad got the Zippo lighter from John Wayne. And then this is the last monthly comic I had on my pull list ever.
I wonder if you turned me on to this, because I read Preacher and it was like 5-6 volumes collected by the time I started, and I read through all the trade paperbacks, and then I started buying monthly for like the last, dozen issues or so.
We weren't connected. It ends when I'm at Kubert School.
Okay.
Like the last issue is out, and I have it on my pull list in Pittsburgh, and I'm like, I need to get fucking home. Like, don't talk to me. Don't tell me what's happening, because homeboys had pull lists set up in Jersey at school. Don't even talk to me about that, man. Like, I gotta wait till I get it. Like, when I go home for vacation or summer vacation or whatever the case.
Yeah, I once I started reading this, it was like, I need to read all of it right now.
It might have caught me at the start of the article, man. A guy sticking a bayonet through his own throat. Villain sodomizing a petting zoo.
Yeah.
I want to see what that is.
Yeah, it's, boy, what a unique series. Hard to imagine a series like this being published by a Marvel DC in today's climate.
It's true.
Like it just wouldn't. You've got religious stuff. Every taboo I feel like Ennis could think of was put into this book.
And I think like the only thing that I recall being censored was something about like urinating down Margaret Thatcher's throat or something like that. Like, pissing in Margaret Thatcher's mouth, something like that.
It was an extraordinary reading experience for me, and it was also like one of those great creative teams.
Yeah.
It's hard to find runs that are really inspired from this assembly line, deadline-driven monthly team. And Preacher, man, I put it up there with about any of them.
Yeah, I do consider it a great collaboration. It's when the sort of great collaboration is the first run. Clem Robbins stays as letterer, but it's the Matt Hollingsworth color that really ties things into this. The back half has color by, I think, Pamela Rambeau, and it's not the palette. It's not the same palette. It is a different palette, and it is diminished a little bit. It's a little bit more pastel, a little bit more poppy of a color. What we're looking at here is all Hollingsworth color. And the things that he would even do, like he colored eyeballs in ways that like nobody in comics would do. Like this would, even in a night scene, it would still be white, you know? He just had such, and continues to this day to have such a great palette. But yeah, one of the great ones. And part of the function of Dylan staying on track was there would be issues that were pretty conversational. You know, it would be talking heads, and Dylan would just have to draw. It would almost be an Archie comic with the Preacher characters.
He was like such an unsung comic great to me.
Yeah.
Because like the stuff wasn't flashy, but it was extraordinary. Like he was great at that stuff. The talking head scenes, like they all communicated. He was really good with expressions and all that stuff. And it wasn't flashy. Like he was able to maintain monthly for, 70 issues or however long that series was. So very impressive all around to me. And, anybody unfamiliar with Preacher, I would say it's kind of a Western. It's really looking at like American pop culture through the eyes of an outsider who's able to kind of assess it that way. And it works in everything, with religion being a major kind of backbone of that type of American mythology.
Risque Business. This is an article about Penthouse Comics and how they got lots of hotshot talent to participate in that magazine. I feel like now I've never seen an issue of Penthouse. Like you brought the one with the Batman Mobius story.
You have a couple. I don't have too many.
But this is all super strong stuff. They probably paid Penthouse rates.
They paid well. Yeah, that was always what I would hear. That Mark Texiera art, really nice looking.
All of this, man. I mean, we're looking at Adam Hughes right here. I'm not sure who this guy is. Maybe that's the Dan Barry stuff they keep talking about. The X-Files stuff, like if it gets into fucking and shit like that, man, like that feels like there might be an ethical issue. Like what if Gillian Anderson's your mom, and she ain't never shown her titties in movies, and then you have such a great likeness.
You're probably not into it if she's your mom.
You know what I'm saying?
A lot of the X-Files fans were happy to have it.
I know you're not autistic, and you understand what I'm saying.
It's all satire, Ed.
Yeah, that feels crazy to me.
It comes up again and again in this article as like traditional Marvel DC pros justify working on Penthouse Comics.
Right.
And satire is what they come back to over and over.
Yeah, Keith Giffen.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what kind of porno comics Keith Giffen does. And his gimmick is like, listen, I'm not just like focusing on cocks and fucking every panel. When we looked at the Mobius Batman joint, I remember telling you, because like I guess at the time it was sort of newish to you. And I remember like, oh, dude, you didn't get that Wizard magazine? And I guess you were fully out at that point. But like, I remember this spread right here.
Yeah, I knew nothing about it until you mentioned it. And then it was just like luck that I happened to stumble across a copy shortly after that.
This here was like the saving grace that
This is the reason I'm here.
that I've been telling you. Like, oh, dude, we need to stick with Wizard, man, because we're going to get the Todd Klein lettering demonstration. It's here, so that might signify we don't got to look at too much more Wizard after this. But look at the man, dude. Jimmy, when you and I were at Baltimore Comic Con, hatching the plot to create the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel, we were at a big dinner there, man, for like the Ringo Awards. Michael Ringo, rest in peace. Behind us, Todd Klein. You and I were a couple little girls whispering to each other, man. Hey, that's Todd Klein behind us, man. Should I go in? Should I talk to him? I'm going to try to break the ice. Turned around, tapped him on the shoulder while he's eating his salmon or whatever. Hey, Todd, man, what do you got your Ames lettering guide set on? And then he flipped around and was like, how you doing, boys? We spoke his language for a minute there, dude.
Boy, there's a small list of the great letterers, and certainly Todd Klein, on that list, maybe the top of that list, but it is such a craft. Like, these guys really are from a generation that this doesn't exist anymore the way it once did.
No.
And the crossover would be with drafting and stuff when everything was like hand done. So you see things like Leroy Lettering Guide. This stuff was a drafting tool that was also used in comics because of that crossover of the letterers, and such craftsmen. I admire that kind of knowledge and practice so much.
Totally. I have what was the comic where Lobo first showed up?
Omega Men.
I have Omega Men comics written by Todd Klein, drawn by Kevin Nolan.
Yes.
We're gonna have to look at some of those. We're gonna have to look at some of those things. But we're looking at the tools of the man. One of the things that struck me, and I wonder if this is a kayfabe photo or whatever, but like no tape on the Ames guide to keep him steady.
Yeah, that's interesting. I run a couple of Ames. Well, I have a couple of Ames guides. I really don't use them anymore like I used to, but I did letter for a long time with them, and I had two, and I would keep the tape on there. It's like, this is my standard size. This is the bigger size.
Every letterer that I know would do that. So that suggests to me that it's a kayfabe Ames.
Possibly.
Number one, got to get the right equipment. So as a kid reading this, man, I'm going down the list. He's using rapidographs. You hear that, Phil Felix, my lettering teacher from the Kubert School? Like, Phil was very much against, like, you got to use the dips, man.
Interesting.
And what Phil used, believe it or not, was the 102 to do his lettering.
Dave Cooper also. Like, Dave Cooper would pro letter for Dark Horse and stuff back in the early days before, like, he becomes the celebrated cartoonist and painter.
Yeah.
And I asked him about it because I thought his lettering was always so sharp, and he said Hunt 102, and it really changed the game for me.
I was looking at, there was that Chris Ware documentary done by like Public Broadcast in Chicago, and I'm looking at his setup. He's got the Rotring cartridge fill joint rapidograph, like, and that's what he does his lettering with.
That's interesting. Makes me wonder. I've never used one of those.
Those things are so dope. I don't know that they make them anymore. I don't see them anymore. You know which one I'm talking about, like the brown joint.
Yeah.
2, place those word balloons. 3, use the Ames guide. Draw your guidelines. Set the lettering size. It's so great to live in a world now, dude, where, like, I'm setting up my daily strip. And with the idea of, like, 2 stacked, pages to be the equivalent of, like, a Carl Barks joint. So I'm taking Carl Barks' original, and then I'm blowing it up using the template that I created for myself. And I'm figuring out exactly like how big his lettering is, because I'm going to do my lettering at that exact same size, and to figure out like your Ames guide, like from that. These guys had to eyeball that stuff.
Yeah, you see him using that 2mm lead holder.
Yeah,
I have a couple of those loaded up. One with the blue, one with the with my like F or HB pencil.
Yeah,
and I actually use those quite a bit, just out of convenience, I have other pencils, but those are usually handy.
Here's what separates the champs from the trumps. Mentally arrange the words and word balloons and captions as you go. This dude, he doesn't pencil his lettering. Chris Ware will pencil his lettering. So many people pencil their lettering before they put it in there, get those arrangements just right. This dude's going in straight pen.
I will say this. I occasionally, like if I have a script that I'm lettering from, I'll go in and I'll draw pencil lines on my line breaks in the script to kind of like visually look at, be like, okay, these are about the same, same widths or whatever. If I want to have a nice pleasing collection of lines of text, you want it to be about the same size. And it's interesting, he talks about arranging them so that they're round or they're oval arrangements of lettering, which that's where I wouldn't be able to eyeball. I would end up with like, oh shit, it's indented too much on the left side, and then it's like even on the right and looks bad. But I used to do that, like even if I'd planned it, sometimes it would work out that way, and then I would adjust it digitally once it's scanned and be like, okay, move that line over.
How beautiful, right?
Eighth of an inch. Yes.
That we could do that digitally
Yes.
now and reorient our stuff, pull it down a couple of millimeters and center it in our balloons. Like we get to fully cheat compared to like what these guys were doing. And Klein's he's a digital letterer now. Like when he goes to shows, I encourage everybody to go visit his table. He has these prints that he sells that are just like calligraphic pornography. It's digitally done stuff, but he's showing you that he ain't just some keyboard clacker, dude. This is a guy that has well beyond his 10,000 hours practice in studying letter forms and what are all those terms? Kerning and what's the other one? Letting and kerning. And just create these beautiful calligraphic prints that anybody's crib or studio would benefit from having those things hanging up.
Gets into some of the these dip pens where you get a chisel tip or a ball tip. Those are like the B's and the C's, I think, in the speedball nibs. And we have a lettering video on this channel where like I kind of demo some of those pens, but he even talks about the old tip of filing your pen nib to get that chisel point to do the real calligraphy where like your horizontal strokes are heavier. Kevin Nolan has talked about that in interviews. That's another one of those where like it's just the detail that I love.
Like when we connected, you and I picked up your Street Angel book off the racks at Phantom of the Attic, and I looked at it and I'm like, oh, this dude, not only does he hand letter, because like at the time everybody was using that same fucking shit font, and to this day we receive so many comics from people and they use still the same shit font with the tails on their lettering bubbles, on their dialogue bubbles that are just straight, and I'm like, not only does this dude letter his own comics, but he's using those ball tip fucking C nibs to do your shit. It's impressed me because these nibs with the flat surface, these were the lettering nibs of the great comic strips. Because like the panels of the great comic strips are gigantic, 6-inch squares. And in order for that lettering to even be readable when it gets reduced into strip form, you need big, bold lettering. And I fucking suck at this shit so bad. Like this is what they were teaching us to use at the Kubert School. And the problem is ink, like ink distribution. My lettering forms were not consistent. Some would be a little bit more smudgy. I never got the hang of when to dip again or like how to get so much ink off to like keep all the lettering forms consistent. I give anybody props who does this, and you were doing it as a kid.
Yeah, consistency is the king of that stuff. Like if you ever watch, I remember there was a sign painter documentary, and it would show people in training where there's just like, because there's like 3 or 4 strokes, right? You've got a horizontal and a vertical and then like a round, and it would just be like sheets where they were just like all 100 vertical strokes, 100 just over and over, and that's what you see in his lettering. Like it's so tight. These kinds of letter forms. It's beautiful, man. I really love this kind of stuff.
Totally. I mean, this is important to us. That was the High Eisman Kubert School lettering assignments. It was an exercise in that. Like it would be like take this graph paper, and then do like, it would be 2 letters at a time. Like an E would be kind of a box, and then I forget what the letter to go with that would be. But basically, like you fill up a graph paper full of that. He'll hold it from a distance, and he wants a flat gray. And any points that he sees like a little blotch or something, little blobby things, like that's a half grade off.
Yeah.
Like you start off with an A+. Now you got an A because you got a blob. Now you got an A- because there's 2, so on and so forth.
That's a strange thing to be teaching in the year 2000.
Yeah.
Because at that point, like, every Marvel DC book is probably digitally lettered.
I'll tell you this, I'm so thankful for it. I'm thankful for all of it, man, because I hand letter my stuff to this day, and it's better looking than that fucking typist bullshit.
Oh, man, I'm sad we're all done.
Yeah, you got some more?
I think this is fun, like seeing him actually doing the borders and the word balloons, because that's another one that, like, when I was learning what each person in the team does, the letters would often rule the panel borders, and they would do, of course, the balloon shapes.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool to see him doing that using the template. I often will use French curves now or freehand, which he says is an option. But the other thing is putting the balloon placement down. He said that sometimes there would be a guide for that, but also like he was free to change that around. And that's one of those things that I think a lot of comics, and I don't know who to blame, but like when that's wrong, that can be a really bad thing for the reading experience.
Totally.
If these balloons are arranged poorly.
Yeah.
All right, is that it?
We're going downhill from here, man. Who would win in a fight between this or that?
By the way,
this is nothing.
I think this is the same Iron Man.
Yeah, it looks like that art.
Whenever I liked his art, I think this is the same artist. And again, I don't see a credit anywhere.
Yeah. Keep it rocking, because I didn't read this for nothing. The Generation X movie, it did come out. I loved it. Ain't gonna lie.
Hey, you know what that Marvel DC thing is? You don't have to go back to it,
Yeah.
but it's everybody weighing in on who would win, because I think there is a fan vote component, which blows my mind. But then, like, you have pros seriously talking about why, like, this or that character would win.
Yeah, but who are the
It's
pros?
so bad.
It's Mark Grunwald and Mike Carlin, like the exact pros I would expect to be engaged in that kind of a conversation. When Titans Tussled 2, another article we don't give a fuck about. This character versus that character.
This is that crossover shit,
Wizard
man.
turns into this almost exclusively. Like they really. It was such a push-pull for me, because this issue is built into my mindset. That fucking Todd Klein shit is manna from heaven. But then you got 2 articles of this kind of bullshit. That little Glenn Fabry's pretty dope.
This looks like those 2 pieces of art that I like.
Yeah, but that wasn't Fabry's a much better character, like a figure artist than that shit. Dude, about 11, 12 pages devoted to that kind of stuff.
This is what I think of as, like, Wizard going downhill for me.
I mean, I think we're done. Character profile, like, I don't give a fuck about that neither. Like, give me 2 pages of Sam Keith chatter, and then we could talk. Greg Capullo's Crash Course, man, they're gonna rebound a little bit, continuing his idea of powerful pages fast, and still very sound advice, man, to make conceptually pretty pages that don't look boring.
I think I said this last Wizard coverage, because he's also talking about page layouts and panel layouts.
Yeah.
Like, pull out Wally Wood's 22 panels that always work, because you're getting a lot of this stuff, like your 2 shots, your shadows, your reflections. I think those are all Wally Wood, Larry Hama shortcut panels.
Yeah. How about the way he does this brick? It's the most interesting looking bricks
Yeah, very organic.
I've ever seen, man. He's allowing himself to just be, he's not bound by by taping down a piece of paper.
I'm a big fan of those kinds of organic stuff, because
It's so
the
lively.
alternative is you see people ruling those out where it's like
Static.
too flat.
Yeah, static stuff, man. Let's see. Down and Out.
Yeah, this is your down shot. Last month he gave us the the bird's eye view shot.
Yeah.
On the level is interesting, because he talks about putting people on that baseline of a panel. And we've seen that a lot. We pointed out we like it. Mobius does it.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a pass. Once Mobius does it, we're okay. He's critical of that. Don't put him on that baseline. It's a weird kind of breaking of the illusion.
Jaime does it. Toth does it. I'm going to stick with those guys.
Yeah. Dude, all of this stuff, though, really is the Wally Wood panels.
Sure. Border check. That's pretty cool. Like, I always like these kinds of things.
Me too.
I mean, that's Eisnerian right there.
Yeah. Open panels is Bill Griffiths mentioned in his talk.
Drawing board. Bunch of good art here. I wonder how they choose, man, because this Madman looks pretty dope.
Mike Allred saw that and was just in love. We could probably track that down. I bet that's in Allred's collection.
Yeah,
now.
like how is this not #1?
Look at this for like airbrushing. This is a really impressive one. Last issue, I feel like there was almost nothing in the art section, and this one feels like people are really going for it. Pointillism on that weird Vogue cover.
Yeah.
And then we get Tick versus Megaton Man is fun.
From a Pittsburgher.
Yes.
Joel Strudler, and that name is familiar to me. I don't know the person, but like I think They might have taken some classes at the
I was
Pittsburgh
gonna say, I bet you they
Center
might
for the
have had
Arts.
maybe a Don Simpson instruction class.
I do think it is, man. A little before this time, maybe around this time, we'll say, for the Sunday feature in the magazine section of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, it was a whole piece on Don Simpson. I carried it for years. I moved it 4 or 5 times, like at different apartments and stuff. And he did the cover for it, and it was a big piece on him, you know? It was like how I discovered he was a Pittsburgh cat. And what I loved was one of the characters he drew prominently was his character, the Slick, who's kind of like his like Spider-Man kind of ersatz dude. But the Slick has a gun in the shape of a fucking boner, and what he swings from, it's like it's cum. It's like it like all the onomatopoeia is what the consensus agreement to, like, you know, splooge, squirt, glorsh, like all the great cum onomatopoeias. And that's the character that he draws super big in the magazine section. I thought it was very subversive and cool.
Hilarious.
Toys.
Big article on Ghost in the Shell anime.
Shouts to Leia Hernandez, man, for her contributions to hipping us kids to manga when it was called Jap Animation. You know, when the anime was called Jap Animation, and we just got drips and drabs on the bootleg circuit at the Comic-Cons and stuff like that. It was, at this point in time, the Suncoast Video and anime section was slighter than these 2.5 foot wide bookshelves that I have. They'd be relegated into the back. It would be giant sections of Doctor Who videos, Star Trek videos, and then after that, you got an anime section, and it would very expensive. You know, like these, it would be half-hour blasts of Angel Cop or something, and it's $20, man, for a fucking half-hour video. Pretty expensive stuff, man, because they just weren't printing so many of those up, you know? Like your Disney flicks would be $5 or $10 because they're printing up millions. They ain't printing up that many of these things. And what we have here is the impending Ghost in the Shell anime feature film that is on the level of like Akira in terms of its revolutionary components. 70% cell animation, a whopping 30% of computer built into it, making it a very staggering visual. Worth noting that Toy Story is coming out this year also. Mm-hmm. So that's a full computer animation movie. And before that, on regular TV, there was a Crash Dummies computer animated, like a pilot. If you remember, there were toys and stuff. They were really trying to push it. It never got beyond the pilot. But they would show that pilot several over the years on Fox. So the idea of computer animation was like such a new concept.
This is a cool article too, because like the movie's done, but they don't have U.S. distribution. Yeah. And it played at some comics. I think it was a Comic-Con is where it played, so people did get to see it, but you know, very, very limited at this point. So this is all sort of preview of like, hey, this movie's going to be coming. Not sure exactly how. Really interesting. Like this is such early days for that, you know, and for like bridging. How do we bring this stuff over to an American audience? And how do we grow that audience?
Yeah, and here's how early it is, you know? Like, the Ghost in the Shell comic is being disseminated in issue format, and the trade paperback they're hoping to get out before the movie comes out. So around this point, probably a year before, is when I really discovered comic shops, and Ninja Scroll was my joint to get me into comic shops, literally. And then seeing Ninja Scroll made me an anime fan. And I started to branch out into those waters and stuff. Get your Akira, get your Fist of the North Stars and stuff. So I was like with bated breath waiting for this, because what this was doing, what Masamune Shiro's work was doing for me, was getting me to buy a Big Eye anime thing, because I was dismissive of that, you know, the Ramna type stuff. It was like, that's like a cartoon stuff. Even Dirty Parrot, like I didn't give Adam Warren a shot because of the Big Eye joint. That was like cutesy and girly and little kid shit to me at this time. But he got me to like break that trend within myself to like give something like that a shot. Even though this is not anything like a Ramna or anything like that. It's much closer to an Akira. Great piece though.
Man, I've never read You're Under Arrest.
Uh-huh.
Have you ever read any of that?
No.
So it's a like a buddy cop series. And what they are after are people who are confront panty thieves.
That sounds Japanese.
Totally.
This Miku thing right here,
Yes.
I don't know anything about it, but you see that armor and shit on the ankle? I swear to God, Rob Liefeld will start to draw Youngblood dudes with these boots and shit. I feel like he saw it from this.
If I showed you that and went Brandon Graham's next comic,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Like some of these things, it's so interesting to see people who were like, they had to be reading manga and American manga and stuff and really incorporating that into their styles in some of these cases. But even like the coloring, the little tiny highlight,
Totally.
pretty neat.
Raggmop Ragmop is the subject of this round of Palmer's picks. I forget who it was. I like maybe you could corroborate. Maybe you were on this panel, man. But I remember seeing the Ragmop dude in Pittsburgh on a panel. Might have been with Pat Lewis.
Yeah, I don't remember.
You weren't on a panel
I
with
don't
this
think so.
fella?
It's always possible. This is not a series I know.
This dude Rob Walton at the time, like when he was on this panel, he was like, Ragmop is the best kids comic like on the stage. Like he said it himself, and I was like, wow, this dude's full of himself. And then now I'm like, yeah, that's what you say.
Yeah.
That's what you do, man. Like you sell your shit hard like that. And
I'll pull it out of a dollar bin if I find it. I'm curious to see it.
totally. There's plenty in a dollar bin at Ides. For sure. I don't know much about it myself. Calling Attention to Tyrant, Stray Bullets, True Swamp, Book of Ballads and Sagas, and Paul Gris Kane.
Love Paul Gris Kane. Recommended reading, Wolf and Bird. I'll be honest, I've never read an issue of that, and it was a long-running series. And then this Drawn and Quarterly anthology, and I mention it because there's a strip that they call out, Road to America, by Beru, is an Argentinian, or Algerian boxer is the character, and it's a boxing comic, and it's good. I have this, and I think it's multi-part. I think it's spread over a couple of issues, but if you're into like the boxing kind of comics, there aren't that many, but I always love those when I see them. Anything in the ring, you know.
Right.
But it's beautiful. It's that European, you know, those guys all draw like, just knock your socks off.
Nothing in the Hollywood shit. Nothing in the junk drawer. Actually, no. In this junk drawer, this Sam and Max Surfing the Highway trade paperback is noteworthy. Sam and Max would show up all kinds of places. At the last Ides Hall, I got an issue of Critters that has like an 8-page Sam and Max story in there.
Wow.
It hit Epic Comics, Kamiko. It hit the same publisher, like what Fish Wrap Comics or whatever. You know, the Fish Police self-published imprint. They put out a Sam and Max. It was a regular color feature in like some in-house Lucas Arts
That makes sense.
magazine. So this was the first trade paperback to collect all of Sam and Max up to that point.
Expensive comics nowadays.
Expensive comics. Then this trade paperback is very expensive and very noteworthy that like, and I missed out on this, but I have the trade paperback put out by Telltale Games that collects all the same material and maybe a little bit of extra. But very interesting that Purcell did not bind himself to a comics publisher for this stuff. He's always been kind of more forward thinking, more far out. Great cartoonist. One of the absolute best like one of the few cartoonists that can make me laugh. Such a like any pages of comics that he brings is a gift to the medium of comics. And if you could get your hand on some Sam and Max, man, you're all the better for it.
And if you can't, we did cover some of this stuff. We do have a video of some of this material.
Yeah, Kamiko joint or something. And I don't know if you got the trade yourself, man, but like a good Sunday deep dive for like a complete Sam and Max, I think would be like one of those real good vibe Calvin and Hobbes type reading experiences and conversations.
I think he was early roommate of Mignola and Art Adams, I think.
Yeah. Like Imagine
the pages floating around that joint.
I think it's the Mignola issue of Comic Book Artist magazine that John B. Cook put out, and he described the dynamic, and I might get it wrong. But it was like Mignola is the guy that is always on the grind, scraping by to get paid, like get enough work to like pay the rent. Art Adams is the guy working his balls off on every single page, doing very little work over the course of that whole year. And they both were like, I don't know how Steve Purcell is paying rent at all. I don't know what he's doing to make this work, but it's working.
What does he do now? Do you know? Is he in video
Pixar.
Game? Okay.
Yeah, he works at Pixar. Right alongside Scott Morse. It's no longer Todd Toys, it's McFarlane Toys now, and there's no ceremony to describe the difference. Like on our last stuff that we were showing off, it was Todd Toys, but now it's McFarlane Toys.
Yeah, list the 96 upcoming line, and Shadowhawk's part of that. That was a cool figure. Maybe my favorite version of Shadowhawk is the McFarlane toy. The Max figure, I forgot there was a Max figure.
Me too, I don't think I've ever seen it.
I feel like it's a giant square. You know, like a few of those
Came in a
McFarlane
box.
toys would be heavy and stuff. I feel like that might be a Max.
Yeah.
That might be a Max toy.
This might be it, guys. The top 10 comics, same as it ever was. This Wolverine, that's a weird reason for it to pop up there.
Do they have a reason behind it?
Retro Wizard at its finest. See an old Marvel Comics top 10 list. Behold Rob Liefeld in the heart. I don't understand. I don't get it at all.
That's weird. I wonder if he did the Wolverine gallery art.
No.
But still, why would that be?
No, he didn't. It's John Byrne.
Strange.
Comic Watch, Generation X #1. I believe we have a video with Brian Lee O'Malley going through Generation X #1. See it in our shoot interview section. Got the top picks, right? Like anything jump out.
I mean, any of these Image Alan Moore comics to me are pretty wild. Like I need to read some of them because I wasn't into any of this stuff at the time, so I skipped over it. But it's pretty wild to me that the stuff that he's doing.
Big bibliography. I got them all loaded up on my iPad.
Yeah, that's probably the way to go.
Sandman 75. Look at that Charles Vess piece. There were several issues, man. Like very, very noteworthy issues of Sandman that Vess was the artistic chores on. Like that Midsummer's Night's Dream issue is the one that won like the Nebula and all kinds of awards that the creators of the awards said comic book people will never get this award ever again.
Right.
It's a Charles Vess stuff. And in those early issues, Sandman meets William Shakespeare.
Yep.
And they come to an agreement, and Shakespeare has to write 2 plays. And this is a long time ago, you know, like it would be maybe issue 13 or something when the first Vess one comes up. So this issue 75 takes care of that dangling thread, which would suggest to me that old story that you hear from a lot of creatives where it's like, know what your ending is.
Yeah.
And then enjoy the journey to that place.
Neil Gaiman has said that quite a bit. Ennis says this issue about Preacher, like knowing what the ending is. And the other note is Todd Klein talks about all the different fonts or styles of lettering that he would do for characters in Sandman. And for the Shakespeare character, he would look at samples of Shakespeare handwriting to try to create the style for that lettering.
Sandman is Todd Klein's tour de force.
Yeah.
Every character of the Endless has their own script. The Shakespeare stuff absolutely has its thing. It's all fish. I think of it as fish hooks. It's all got like little serifs and doilies sticking off the lettering. What else do we got here, man? Pit number 10.
Yeah, Byrne in the middle of his Wonder Woman run.
Stray Bullets 8. I'm still on board with Stray Bullets at this point. You know, the next sort of trend in comics, like when I'm still fucking with Wizard, is when that Mark Alessi guy buys a bunch of creative people and makes them like live in his compound or whatever.
That is the thing that I'm 100% out on. I never read a cross-gen book or anything, and I'm kind of curious to see that story.
Even as a kid reading these Wizards, I'm like, wow, these people letting themselves be pimped out by some dude who's just buying them, storing them, in his hometown. And my thoughts, even at this time as a little kid, was like, why don't you just give an advance to Dan Clowes and say, Dan, make the greatest comic you can make, and I will like give you the loot. But it was just a jerk off for a rich guy who wanted to create like a universe of characters that he created as a little kid. and he had the loot. It's total like, what's that? The Medici family and Michelangelo, like patron
That's
artists.
funny. I was gonna say like, what's a precedent for this? And I was you're Medici and Michelangelo much higher than I was thinking.
Right.
You know what? Because I don't know of a comic situation that's quite like that. Like I think of the old studios, not quite the same. Think of the manga setup sometimes with room full of assistants, still not quite the same. I wonder about like an animation company where everybody's more or less in-house like a Pixar, if that would be the closest you get to some kind of
Here's the deal.
Setup like that.
From what I remember, like reading about this guy in Wizard, this dude had he a fantasy world of like what comics is, and he believed the hype of the Marvel bullpen and was like sad that like that wasn't a real thing. So it's the mid '90s, comics are on the outs. He's gonna buy these writers, man, and freaking ship them to Amazon Prime them to his neighborhood and set them up and shit like that. Same with some artists.
I want to see the whole list. I want to see the roster of who went. See if anybody left early.
It's full job stuff,
like I say,
man,
it is such a blind spot for me.
Like I give props to like a Steve McNiven who.
Oh, I didn't realize he was part of that.
He comes up through that.
I think dudes come out of there stronger
as a rookie. So that's his like first stuff. But like, what's your? I guess everybody has a price. Like what's your price, man, to get bought by a dude? Because like mine comes with like at least 6 zeros to uproot me, house and home and family and kids at school and that type of shit, man.
Yeah, it's interesting.
You ain't buying me
were
cheap.
They salaried? I wonder how that all worked.
I think so.
Weird. I'm curious to see all of it.
Yeah, but even then, I'm like, wow, these guys are like hoes. Like it's literally like hoes. It's like let's bring some hoes into the stable type shit.
I mean, it's
pimp and hoe.
It's that 9 to 5. Like it's almost like comics is a regular job.
Just for those types, for sure, man. Dave Taylor. I think we looked at something with Dave Taylor. Was it a? Did he do Judge Dredd? Is he a British dude?
I don't know if he's British or not. We've definitely, I feel like his name's definitely been on some stuff. I'm trying to think, because I get some people confused too. Like some of these names are just a little bit the same as other names. Because I think there might be some Dave Taylor that Kevin Nolan finishes, but I could be wrong, and it could be something close to that name, but not quite. Who drew Robin? Who was that?
Tom Lyle.
Tom Lyle. Okay, yeah, not even close.
I think that's it, man.
The Ego column has just disappeared, and there was no fanfare.
Unceremoniously.
Yeah.
And I don't think that there's too much Todd McFarlane coverage that's going to happen much later either. Starting to get some toy price guide stuff in here. I think this is a new bit. And then that will spin off, and then there will be Toy Fair Magazine eventually. This is an important bit, actually. The resource page for young Eddie P. Sending submissions even as a teenager and stuff. I absolutely used this page to my benefit, completely ignorant of like just exactly what all of it was. So I would just send packages to everything, including Gladstone Hamilton, which is just putting out Donald Duck treasury books and stuff.
Yeah, it's a broad list because you have like cartoon books, you have Fireman Press. These are self-publishers. Like I don't know that they're soliciting any kind of submissions. It is funny though. Like Kitchen Sink Press is listed there, and it's interesting. Like when we talked to Dennis Kitchen and we talked about Mark Schultz, and like Mark Schultz had sent his submissions all around, and everybody passes on him.
Yeah,
and like his early first published work looks pretty darn good.
Yeah,
So it's funny. There's a definitely a lesson for aspiring creatives to learn from that, and it is don't be discouraged by the no response or the negative response, because like great people get passed on the same time they're getting accepted by someone else. It's timing, it's all kinds of things.
Yeah, I mean this needs to be treated as spam, and if you are trying to make it, trying to do something, knock on as many doors as you can, because the function of that is also that you forget the doors that you knocked on that were sort of lesser known or something like that. So you're not sitting there twiddling your thumbs waiting for a response from Image Comics or Drawn and Quarterly or Fantagraphics. It's like you put the blast out to everybody, and then you get back to work, and then you'll get your drips and drabs of rejection. Once the first rejection comes in, then more rejections will start coming in. Then you might get the personalized rejection, and then that's like somebody who has taken a little bit of extra time to give you a personal response. That's the juice in the engine to keep going. And then maybe the next step is like you get a personal correspondence where you might even get a phone call. And it's like, no, you're not there, but keep rocking.
Blue Comet Press is listed. They were that super black and white indie publisher early in the black and white explosion days. And I guess they're still kicking.
Yeah, what's your boy's name?
Oh, shit. I can't think of it now. Good letterer, though.
Yeah. Storman. Craig Storman.
Yeah. Craig Storman.
Storman Norman.
That's right.
Schwarzkopf. It's the 90s, baby.
Wow.
That's it.
That is a wild list of publishers.
That's it, this issue.
Man, I hope they keep the resource thing going as like the 90s continue.
Okay.
Because we're going to have like 7 companies listed.
I got you because there is going to be the next major important article to me that I remember in my mind is talking about the web portals of these publishers. Mm-hmm. So it's like now you can find like submission guidelines on these websites. And these websites were not clean.com websites necessarily. And I remember literally I would go to the Homestead Library to like print up the submission guidelines on fucking dot matrix paper at like, 5 cents a sheet or something like that. And that like have a manila envelope full of that stuff. And I swear to God, man, if you tested me, I could recite the Fantagraphics submission guideline paragraph about describing like the genreless nature of their strips, of their series, and how they so they're genreless but describing what 8-ball is. It's the first time I saw kitsch culture. Like I'm like kitsch, like what is that word? I have to like look that up. And that was like to describe the 8-ball series.
Do you still have a copy of that somewhere?
Definitely not.
I wonder if that's something we could find on like the Wayback Machine. Because it makes me really curious when you're describing kitsch culture as like some part of their submission.
Yeah. It was.
Are they saying don't send that in?
It was describing what 8-ball, like it was like we prefer to work outside of the box of genre. These are the titles that we publish. 8-ball, celebrating or examining kitsch culture, blah 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 blah. Love and Rockets, and then describing sort of like little bits of Love and Rockets, Acme Novelty Library. But so the kitsch culture was just describing like what 8-ball is and giving you an example of how it's not something you could easily define as like drama or, stuff that you see at the movie store.
That's funny.
Yeah. That's it, man.
Wow. I don't know, Ed. It's not a great issue. I love the Todd Klein stuff, but man, in the preview for next issue, it looks really bad.
Yeah, totally. It might be time to just dust off some TCJ issues, man, and get into some actual real conversation and use our time wisely, use our intellects wisely, use our knowledge of comics wisely, because Wizard might be done for us, man. Maybe we could look ahead, pull out a feature. But aside from just the state of things in terms of like where comics was, this magazine falls off real quick and becomes a pop culture magazine, becomes a sort of nerd Maxim before Maxim is created. And it's about movies, this stuff with showing characters fighting and who would win in a fight. I couldn't have cared less at age 12 or 13.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that used to be a popular letter column topic, like in the back of the Hulks and stuff, whenever I'd read every single page of the comics. And it would always be like, who would win in this fight? And it was always Thor and the Thing were the two people everybody would throw against the Hulk.
And I'm fine with 12-year-olds having that conversation.
We mentioned...
I got nothing for that.
In issue 53, the last issue we covered, how much the subtext from everybody was like sales are dropping. And I think that's what you're seeing. Like this is Wizard sales are now dropping, and you see the Wizard staff kind of like, we got to pivot.
Yeah.
So now you've got cover models, articles, and stuff coming up, and it is like Maxim. It's exactly like that.
Yeah, but Wizard still, at this point, selling probably more than every comic.
Yeah.
Just like Cartoonist Kayfabe, the channel is more popular than any direct market Marvel DC comic that comes out in any month. We have a bigger audience than any comic. Wizard had a bigger platform. And they do spin off. They have a successful business. They last issue they had Inquest, which is like the card game magazine. Toy Fair is on the horizon. That's going to come within this next year of '96 probably. So they have 3 big publications.
Yeah, the toy stuff is. I have an out of whack timeline in my memory for that because in my mind, like the toys are up and running at this point, and really they're just about to start.
It's McFarlane who creates that excitement, and he's funny, man, because in all the early stuff he talks about, I'm not going to make you chase for nothing, blah blah blah. Everything is this, everything, no bells and whistles. It gets stupid from the start, and then he fully leans into it, man. Like from the start, I remember in the first round of McFarlane toys, Overkill comes with like a parking meter, and there's like a 5 and 10 cent parking meter. There's a 5 cent, and there's like a 10 cent. Jeez. And of course, one of them there's fewer of those than the others, and that's the Overkill that's worth the most. He was full. King of Kayfabe.
Yeah.
King of Kayfabe. Say one thing, do the other.
Do you have that for, like, the first issue of that toy magazine could be funny?
No, I don't have any of that shit. I never cared about it.
Yeah.
I was so on board. Like, at this point in time, every dollar I come across is building a comic library, buying art supplies, and, like, that's it.
Yeah.
No video games, no toys, nothing but comics. Every decision I make in life from like age 13 forward is with the thought of growing up to become a cartoonist and keeping like a low overhead, knowing that the income is not that of like a heart surgeon or something like that. So anyhow, those conversations for another time, Jimmy, but I think that we might become Comics Journal pivoting so that we can have some actual good content and conversation other than Mark Alessi buying job dudes from Marvel and DC and making them move house and home to his neighborhood.
Yeah, wow.
Good to go?
Yeah.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. Hit the Patreon up and you get these videos before anybody else as a King Kayfaber. And you also have the opportunity to watch us stream these videos live, completely taking the kayfabe effect out of the equation. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, let the people know.
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, my next book, should be out in July from Image Comics. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, along with one long story that has not been printed anywhere. You can also pick up Hulk Grand Design and The Plain Janes, both available now in print. And you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg and see my next comics being serialized there as I make them.
Hip Hop Family Tree, the Omnibus, is coming out in time for the holidays. 504 pages, collecting the big 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there today. But it's going to also have 140 pages of additional art and content that is not in those 4 big books, including a bunch of art that I drew exclusively for this Omnibus edition. Put in your orders and pre-orders now. You don't got a good shop in town? Go on Amazon right away. Starting up the next round of Red Room Comics sooner than later. In May begins Red Room Crypto Killers, issue number 1. Issue number 2 cover right there. Coming to you on a regular monthly basis. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. Each story self-contained. There are 2 Red Room trade paperbacks out there that you could get your hands on to this day. This is the 3rd round. There are 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design and WYSIWYG out there. Jimmy, tell the people what else we have going on.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Try to do the Klaus real quick. I am nervous.
Good shit.
Yeah, we got to go through that one. Let's put that on the list.
That's a great cover.
Let's put that on the list next round.
Yep.
Yeah, because they use that. You know, Jimmy, I am going to pull this down because I just don't want to get interrupted. Because I'm sure that I'm sure I'm going to come up soon. Yeah, the next stuff I'll do this Klaus joint. and I'll do this Faust Crow for my records. This is going to be fun.
Wish that was that there was more to it.
To this?
No, to the the Klaus. No, the Crow Faust. I wish that was a full book.
Yeah, sure. Is going to be Tim Vigil's Faust Crow team up bootleg or something like that, and I think that'll do well for us.
Yeah, how do you guys feel if we move off of Wizards? Is that going to be sad, or are you guys done with those too? Also, did you all even read Wizards at the time? It's weird to think of like this 30-year-old magazine that, in my mind, it's kind of burnt into my head, at least a period of it. But also, like, I imagine there's a lot of comics fans that never read any of the Wizard magazines. You know, it had such a bad rep by the end.
That's something that nobody commented on, including ourselves.
What's that?
When when we went on the news, but on the video on the back when she's showing us and stuff, you see fucking Wizard 1 real big on the Pittsburgh local news as we go through it. And I mean, to me, that's like the geeks have won,
right?
Type shit, man. Let me just make sure that my phone is plugged in, because that's the whole
point. I talk so much about how those 90s, how bad it gets. And, you know, like when I'm in college, there's a great comic book store right on the corner of campus. And I'd walk there on New Comic Book Day and stuff. And it was an awesome store, and it had been there for, you know, a long time, 20 years or something. They had the great back issues, everything. And they close. They close in like 97. You know, it's kind of like, that's that experience. And, you know, like all this stuff's myopic, but my experience was like, oh man, comics are getting more and more bleak. And then it's like, it's gone one day. It might have closed over summer, whatever it was. Like, I just remember being so sad when that store was empty. And I don't remember it having like a going out of business sale or anything, you know. So it might have been, it might have closed down in the summer when I wasn't there, but it was such a bummer.
I was completely doe-eyed ignorant to that fact of anything. Like, I was here in Pittsburgh and all the stores are here, and Phantom is getting a bigger store. There was nothing on the rack. Like, there was nothing new, and I'm like, wow, new comics really suck. But I went every week and I dug and I was grabbing old stuff, and it's kind of what it's always been, you know. Like from that point to this day, like I'm not really looking at my peers.
Yeah, it's, you know, we've said it a million times, but like if you're around good comic shops, it's not to be taken for granted, because like lots of places, they don't have anything like this, and Pittsburgh really does have a lot of good shops.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna set up your
But before the internet really had much of a presence there, you take away the shop and it was like, you're limited. You I guess you could be doing like the mail order stuff. Would have been like the way to keep up, and probably I wonder what kind of percentage of comic fans did it that way.
I doubt
Because I would order a little bit here and there if there was something I really wanted.
Yeah, I never did that. Never ever.
It really does have a lot of good shows.
Man, I thought I had my sound down.
We're on professional ad.
I couldn't tell if that morning show interview was 1993 or 2023.
I'm ready when you are.
Very exciting issue. Did you let the people know what it is?
Madman #3, the 200 homages crammed in here. Pretty fun issue. So, yeah, if you guys have this one at home, it might be one you want to pull out the reference list and follow along.
That's the game. We're going to play a game today.
We're going to struggle, Ed.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Before we dive into a very fun issue of Madman Comics, I want to remind everybody that we are working Cartoonist. You see our bibliographies here. Best way to support Cartoonist Kayfabe is to buy the comics that we make. We also have a Patreon, patreon.com/cartoonistkayfabe. 3 different levels there give you access to our videos early. Keep you ahead of the Kayfabe effect. If there's a book you really want to add to your collection, you can get it first. Also, at the King Kayfaber level, you get access to all of our videos and the recording sessions. So we got a bunch of King Kayfabers watching us as we go through these books today and every Thursday. Our next batch of releases. For me, Street Angel, Princess of Poverty will be out in July from Image Comics. This collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive. So get both books, you'll have the complete Street Angel experience. I also have Hulk Grand Design and the Plain Janes, as well as my own Patreon. Ed has some big books coming out this year, starting with Hip Hop Family Tree, the Omnibus. This will be out later this year. Need to pre-order this one now. Collects all the Hip Hop Family Tree comics in one handsome, in one handsome hardcover volume, along with 140 extra pages. So get your name on an early copy of that because it's probably going to sell out. Red Room Crypto Killers. The next season of Red Room will be starting up very soon after you see this video. And 4 issues of Crypto Killers will be coming out monthly. Reserve that at your local comic shop. There are the covers to the first 2 issues. You can also pick up X-Men Grand Design, 3 volumes plus an omnibus, WYSIWYG, and the original Hip Hop Family Tree Treasury size editions.
Let's do it.
All right. So, Mike Allred, we've looked at a few of his comics in the past. Known for his character Madman, one of his first hit comics from early in his career, and he's come back to Madman several times. Several series of Madman exist. This one from Image Comics. And we are looking at issue number 3 because there's some fun stuff going on here. Right in the beginning, you're going to see this list of creators. You may want to come back and reference this screenshot as we go through the issue because he is homaging all these different styles, and they range from newspaper cartoonist to the Looney Tune gangs, Chuck Jones, Tex Avery, to contemporary cartoonist, historical comic book artists, some European comic book artists, alternative comic book artists. It is just comics, and we're going to do our best to keep up.
Yeah, let's play that game. And I think as we go through and identify this stuff, I see this as an extension to our that X-Men issue that we looked at, where a bunch of different artists pencil pages, and we could pull out style things that are indicative of said creators, and it will be the things that Mike Allred is pulling out to kind of convey their style.
Yeah, it's really funny to see these guys, especially cartoonists that are very stylistic or cartoonists that we know well, and then you see like what are the ticks that Mike Allred identifies as in association with this or that cartoonist.
And
so
I ask you to chime in plenty because you are very good. Like, look at the Red Room homage covers. You are very good at not keeping consistent with your tools, right? And you will use the tools that went into the creation of like a Zap Zero cover and to get that Robert Crumb feel. Allred's a brush slinger,
yes,
of the highest order, and a lot of it still has the Allred in it.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So don't be shy, man, when speaking up.
This is All Red doing All Red, and at this point, it looks like he's adding a wash layer. I like how All Red has kind of like continually evolved stylistically.
Yeah.
If you were to pull out a sample of all his Madmans, you'd get little different variations along the way.
Is Laura still coloring?
Yes, she's coloring this one.
Because there's definitely periods.
And the premise, I guess, something happened to Madman in the previous issue, and now he's coming back to reality, but he's got to go through this situation of like all these different styles. And here it is, man. From this point, we are diving in.
Yeah, and off the bat, like we just kind of know that that's Little Nemo.
Yes.
But it's not really Winsor McKay that much. Winsor McKay never used rulers. The color, so it's dots, but it's not like the yellow patina, the stuff that you created, you know, like All Red could have done the exact thing, and it's a little guy, but that's still All Red style. It's whimsical, so we know that that's McKay, but that's simple. Just like we know this one, that's Seeger,
Right.
Because that's not the Goon, not Alice the Goon, but what's that? What the hell's that character's name? That's a part of the Alice the Goon story.
Oh man, I'm not gonna pull it out.
No. My bad. This is Alice the Goon. I was thinking the other character is the Sea Hag.
Oh right.
Yeah,
yes.
that is Alice the Goon.
These goons used to scare me so much.
Yeah, and of course that's Popeye.
So if you follow the list, as near as I can tell, they're listed like sort of in their appearance order. But there's also mashups. So I think this is credited as Floyd Gottfredson and Carl Barks, for example. And it's hard to tell like where those split.
I disagree. This is Carl Barks. This background.
Oh, you think?
I do. It's this right here. He does his lettering just like that. That's Carl Barks lettering. This is that's Frank King, man.
He calls this one as Frank King.
This
Just
is
FYI.
Nah, man. This is Hal Foster Tarzan. Oh, this is Tarzan. Maybe that's Skeezix or something. But like that's Hal Foster Tarzan. I'll bet anybody any money on that. We know who that is. You could say it.
Yeah, Harriman, Crazy Cat, of course.
What you got for this one?
Oh, I forget who this is.
This is the Telltale. That's Kniff. There's like that Asian character, and then you could see the Terry hair.
Right, yeah,
and
Terry.
then the chiaroscuro, however you say that shit.
And, this is getting into your Looney Tunes, where I think we're seeing a mashup of several styles falling under the Looney Tunes, Tex Avery, Chuck Jones banner.
Well, I mean, this is Chuck Jones, and this is Tex Avery. They're two different. So this is the Tex Avery, and that's the Chuck Jones.
I am falling off.
Yeah.
And I'm going to on a lot of these.
Yeah, because he's referencing dudes, like, you could show me 1,000 pages of the dude's artwork. Like I don't know who this guy is. Like, that
may be his Hal Foster.
Yeah, that's not...
I don't want to
don't
reference all these, but
Yeah.
for the first page, it's probably not a bad thing to get these kind of right. It's a Hal Foster's who he's given credit to there on that page. But it does kind of jump around, and like you pointed out, some of these panels do feature multiple artists and possibly playing with either maybe different artists for each character or backgrounds. So it can be a lot.
Yeah, like that top one. Oh, it's like Siegel and Schuster.
Yeah.
This... So maybe that's all of that?
One of the things that he does that's kind of clever, I think, and tips his hand a little bit is he'll find like a pose or maybe reference a panel or a cover, something that's pretty well known as a, not just style, but also like a compositional reference.
Right. That's like your Dick Sprang, like a Batman. Insert artist, Jerry Robertson, whoever the fuck. But then like this stuff, what is that?
Yeah, I don't know that one. And I wonder if that's an early Marvel cover. Do you picture
like a Ditko?
Well, I was thinking of like Namor or something, one of those covers. I feel like I've seen this image, but yeah, it gets very out there.
I can tell who this one is.
Go ahead.
Eisner.
Ah, yeah.
You could see it in that face. And then this is from like that would be the Spirit.
It's funny because I always think of his gloves as being Eisner-esque. Like not in this issue, but in every issue.
It's the eye shape and like the shape of the face. I don't know this one.
I don't either, and I wonder if this is possibly a Jack Cool Plastic Man.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Totally.
And then some of them that just obvious that we're looking at Charles Schultz there, where the wild things are. So this is interesting too because like it's not like he's just doing comic book artists.
You know what's funny about that?
Seuss.
Like actually, I because I was just thinking of comics. I was thinking of Tony Millionaire.
Yeah, it's funny that you would see that kind of similarity, like line style.
So with this one, I was thinking of Jaime. I like there must be a Jaime in here, and there are certain ones that I feel like would be super hard to pull out because of all red style, like Charles Burns.
Yeah.
And I was like, is this the Jaime? Because there's like the subterranean ones in like issue 5 of Love and Rockets, where he would do his hatching just like this, and it's kind of like a similar vibe, but the cartooning might be mashed up. Like his little locas will kind of like be shaped like that, but I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't think this is Jaime. I forget who it is. I don't think it's
Maybe
Jaime.
It's Hergé.
Wonder if that hatching is a tip off.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because Jaime would do that. This is probably some New Yorker shit.
Yeah, I don't know who this is, but like I
Charles
think of like,
Adams.
That's it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's it. I was going to say Peter Arno, but anybody that works in those washes.
Yeah.
I like seeing those washes. I'm surprised that isn't a more common thing.
I don't know that first panel.
Yeah, this one, we're getting into Archie territory.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's going like Dan DeCarlo or who exactly, but I think clearly there's some Archie there.
I know the next one for sure.
Go ahead.
It's Lil Abner.
Ah.
Because that's Lil Abner, that's Daisy May. We're going Harvey.
Yeah, and I think Harvey is a general kind of
Sure.
overall.
Because you can't pull any of those guys out. There's not like a Harry Lucy of Harvey.
No, it's Wayne. I'm going to say Wayne Boring, but Wayne Kramer, I think, is your Richie Rich guy who ends up doing like Heathcliff, I think, at Marvel's Star Comics near the end.
I don't know this last panel.
I don't either. It looks very European to me. I like the shading, but I don't know who that is.
Oh, I know who this is. I don't know if it's both, but I know what that is.
Go ahead.
That's Kurtzman.
Yes. Yeah, Kurtzman's listed. I think Will Elder.
This is Goodman Beaver.
There.
Yeah, totally.
Kriegstein is listed in here too. I think this is your Kriegstein piece.
Oh, I get it.
There
I know,
are some
I know
of these
what it
that
is.
they just don't feel quite right. I think like this, I think is Jack Davis, and that feels way off.
Yeah, because he's inking it himself. It's like if Allred inked Jack Davis. So this background, this is totally Kriegstein, and this is that like time machine, like it's that sort of Asian motif from Incredible Science Fiction. Would be that. This is Johnny Craig.
Yeah. Neat to group that like on a page together.
Yeah.
A bunch of the EC stuff. Here's a Frazetta. And, I think getting that whole page.
Yeah. I'll take your word on that one.
But see, like this kind of image to me is one of those where like we're referencing a very specific piece.
Yeah, Johnny Comet or something.
Mm-hmm.
Is this Jeff Smith? I say that because of that. Like Jeff Smith will do rock textures that way.
I think it may be Alex Toth, but this is such an all red pose and everything. Like again, it's where this stuff gets kind of tricky. And also, I think if it's somebody that's a style, like an influence on his regular style, it becomes very weird too. Whenever it's because it's just like a more accented Mike Allred.
I'm gonna say Wally Wood on this one.
Yeah, I think that sounds right. That face is very Wood.
And then that's like a Thunder Agents kind of pose. Like when Wally Wood would trace like muscle men, you could always tell because the proportions are normal human proportions and they're not super heroic. So they're accurate, but Superman looks squat because it's just, a different guy. And all you have to do is make the head smaller. And then it becomes super heroic.
Yeah.
It's such an interesting trick.
Reduce that head, make him 11 heads tall instead of like 7.5. I think this is Kubert. And it might be all 3 Kuberts, in terms of the credits. But I feel like you can see the Kubert sort of pose there in the middle.
Yeah, I was going to ask because like that would fit the Tarzan motif. But like if you would have made me guess, I would have said Paul Chadwick. Because like that looks concrete. Like a statue, and like Paul Chadwick will have like a bold outline and kind of like thinner inlines, like that could be like a Joe Kubert kind of line, but we're having fun here.
I know I'm not sure who this is.
I feel like we'll feel dumb.
Yeah, we probably will.
Cause like this stuff,
it's pretty distinct.
And one person, I don't think it's what he's going for, but Don Simpson will shade like this with like a brush hatch at the edges, but I don't know.
Yeah, and they're distinct poses, which makes me think like, if we had that name in front of us, we'd be like, oh yeah, that's like this or that.
Yeah, maybe it's like Big Bang, like Tom King or something.
Because that's such a weird angle and perspective.
Yeah, he's
that's
like
coming
boxing
from
something. Yeah, totally.
This just all red.
Totally.
Don't strain yourself trying to figure out who this fits with. But I do like him using the lettering in a weird way. We could be like Gene Day or something.
All right, man.
Rich Buckler maybe. So this is kind of a mashup because I think that there's some Kirby in here, obviously.
Definitely Kirby.
But there's also, I think Romita is credited on this page, and I can't remember if there's anybody else credited on here. So you have kind of a mashup of that Silver Age era Marvel.
Yeah, that's probably Ditko. But this is definitely Kirby. And then on this, I'm like, okay, well, where's Steranko? And it's like, he's not there, he's here.
Yeah. Yeah, and you get to tip off with your background element. This is a Barry Windsor Smith, and this is one of those weird ones where it's like a very specific Barry Windsor Smith.
Early.
And, right,
Conan period.
Not what I think of as Barry Windsor Smith exactly, like premature Barry Windsor Smith.
Right, but like the old heads, like a All Red, they would have responded to these like marks and stuff. That's what everybody loved about Gore Blimey and pre-Gore Blimey. This, I just don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Frank Miller here. This
Right,
is another
that's a
one that feels
Daredevil
like
cover.
it's a very clear reference to a specific Miller piece.
Yeah. Definitely, it's Daredevil era for sure.
Here we get into some Europeans. Somebody like Mobius, easy enough to see. Jeff Darrow in this panel.
Right, relegated with the Europeans, which is funny. When I saw this face,
This may be his Hergé reference there.
yeah, I think that's safe. When I saw this face, I thought it was Richard Sala, but later on, I think we'll see an actual Richard Sala.
Yeah, very much.
When I saw this, I was thinking of like Andy Watson, Dave Stevens.
Yeah, I think so.
With
yeah.
the titties.
Yep. This is your Charles Burns.
Yeah.
And this is one of those where like it's more all red than Burns.
Right.
The Burns feathering is something I recently did a Burns
Yes.
piece. I love Burns, but it's a bigger feather what he does.
Yeah,
but
thicker.
there are still like pieces. This would almost be like if Burns penciled it and somebody else inked it that had a little bit of a different finish. Because like the way the hair is lit is I think consistent with the Burns piece.
Yeah, totally. And like I said, man, there's so much Burns in All Red to me anyhow that like it was going to be a thing. So like he did the right move, like I know this image, so it sort of makes sense. I bet this is like a mashup. This is your Jaime.
This is a mashup. Yeah, it's the Hernandez brothers panel.
Yeah. You see the Jaime here. That's like Rand Race. It just looks like Jaime, really, to me. I don't see the mashup. Would that be, the Guild Report or the background?
Possibly.
Because it all feels Jaime-ish to me.
Chester Brown.
Oh yeah, sure. That's the Happy Clown. I wouldn't have guessed that on my own.
Well, it's funny because if you look at
This is
Joe
good.
in that panel, I don't know that I see Chester Brown in those Joe faces too much.
Maybe it's another mash deal. With the, like that hand is a Chester Brown hand.
Yeah.
Klaus.
Yeah, totally. And this is a fun one for me because I think of Klaus as really, unique stylistically. So you get to see like little bits like that mouth and eyes, just that are Klausian.
You could find a Chester Brown, like 8-ball issue 1. You could find a Jim Rugg 8-ball issue 1 using that face.
Klaus does this thing where it's like a shadow on the top of the lip.
Yeah.
And I just saw a picture recently of somebody where it's like that is totally a Klaus drawing. Like it's a very it's stylistically Klaus, but also like you can find references where it's like that is 100% like there are people that have that feature. There's your Richard Sala.
Yeah.
Pretty good Richard Sala, I think.
You get the 4 panels because that's the Jimmy Corrigan
Yeah.
era stuff.
Yeah.
And it's also that like what was
It's
that
that
one?
Superman character in Jimmy Corrigan too.
Totally. I'm lost on that one.
Is that a Jay Stevens?
See, that's the other thing, man, because those dudes are so close. Like
Yeah.
like this is Bernie Merlot. I wonder if Joe Matt factors into this. Like is he one of these guys?
Yeah, these two. Oh yeah,
Watchmen era. That one. This feels like some like crusty bunker, like Tom Grinberg type shit or something. Something that would be at content.
Boland is listed in here somewhere too.
Yeah,
And
that's a tough act, man.
Yeah, it's another one where like so much of Boland for me is in that finishing, but also that may not be the Boland. It may be somewhere else as we go along. Mike Mignola, pretty clear here. Although stylistically, he's a long way from this.
Okay, this is Art Adams' hands.
Yeah, kind of the proportions to that body looks about.
Okay,
about
you know
Art
what this
Adams
is? This is Creature from the Black Lagoon era Art Adams.
That's hilarious.
We're nerds, yo.
Bruce Timm.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And now here, I'm not sure. Is that something you recognize?
It's not, man, but it's pretty fucking dope.
I like that style. Yeah, it's long and lanky and some motion, but not sure who that is. Paul Pope.
For sure. It's in like, it's so funny because they're, but it's like going even, first off the hair, for sure.
The face too, the lips, the mouth.
Yeah.
It's so dumb, like the stuff that
But
is significant stylistically.
But what's interesting is like, Allred is so tight of an inker, and Paul Pope is so expressive and will just like, I just imagine him slashing his inks in there. But Allred cannot let himself do it, so his way of doing that is like more hatch marks.
I actually really like this kind of, like some of the drawing and the line mark around here, I really like. I don't know that it's accurate to Pope, but I like that kind of like couple of brushes strokes together to make like big heavy black areas. I'm a fan of that. I'm not sure of either of these two. Could be a Teddy Christensen. I'm just not sure about this. You know, that face looks distinct, but I can't tell you exactly.
I think one of these, like this, maybe was my Alex Ross thought. Like this or this one. Because I feel like that's like Astro City or something. Mm-hmm. I feel like we're getting into Allred's friends here. Because like, I don't recognize anything.
As we get further along, this friend Quitely.
I was going to say, I thought this was Chris Sprouse, but I think you're right.
Yeah, because this face is totally a Quitely face.
Yeah, this is Flex.
And this one too, the Madman, very...
That's Flex Metallo for sure. These other ones?
They're so close. Like I feel like I've seen this face, but I'm just not pulling it out.
Is Dave Lapham in here? Because like Lapham will do hair that way. And then I think we get into a place where like when he... mash it, like there'll be two faces that are two different cartoonists. Like we'll see it real clear with like a Matt Groening.
You think this is a Darwin Cook?
See, that's the other thing, man. Like he's got that very similar kind of thick line.
All right.
Okay.
So, all bets are now off. We do have an Eric Larson sighting here to start this thing off. But if you go correspond with the original list, there might be 50 or 60 names. You know, like Dave Cooper. Okay. Very clear here.
Yeah, check this out.
Maybe that's a Paul Chadwick.
Oh, yeah, sure. So, like, both of these I had as Buscema, and I would bet there could be only one. And it was probably this one.
Yeah.
So, is that... I mean, you already did Kirby. Is that Sal Buscema? Are we getting to that level? That's the thing,
man. You get into, like, Marvel House style of, say, the 70s. Good luck. Good luck pulling stuff out, because it's more inker in some of those cases than it is the penciler.
I went so far. Like, I'm like, is that, like, one of the Hanukkah brothers from Bipolar?
Wow. That's funny. I forget who that
so.
is. No, I don't think it is either. I forget who it is. But, you know, clearly distinct. Like, that could be the Teddy Christensen for all I know. But a lot of this stuff, I'm not sure.
No.
Such mashups throughout here. I think this might be Jeff Smith.
Okay. I could get on board with that because he will do a big chunky line with like a lot of thins. There was a card, like the Kevin Nolan Madman card was almost like that piece right there.
Yeah, I like that version. Oh, you know who this is Brendan McCarthy, I think. Somewhere. And that feels a little McCarthy.
This is a good one. Hewlett and like
Groening.
Comics. Yeah, exactly. That's a Pete Bag face right here.
Yeah.
Are we getting into like Terry Laban and like Crumb?
Wow. Yeah.
This might be Don Simpson. His Forbidden Frankenstein is kind of like big like that.
Yeah.
Otomo?
Sweet.
That's hard as hell.
Otomo is cool. I like these drawings. I'm not sure who they are, but I like the drawings.
Yeah. I don't know what that one is.
But he's just going wild. You know, like you go across there, good luck.
Dude.
Bill Watterson on the left.
And you know who that is?
Hair. No, it looks familiar.
Yeah, dude. It's a Gary Panter. The Raw magazine.
Wow. That's a strange mashup. Yeah, you know, like a lot of these are pulling halves. Half and half faces.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm just not... Don Martin?
Yeah. I assume. Who else could that be?
And this looks like freaking a character from Doug, the cartoon. And I just can't believe that he would care about Doug. So I just know it's not.
Do you think this is Groening?
Yeah, maybe like Bongo, like Life in Hell.
Yeah,
era.
Life in Hell.
Yeah, maybe. That's probably some European stuff, and that's back to Allred.
Yep, we've snapped out of it at this point.
What a fun comic. And you know,
I like this gimmick too, to like really pour it on as you're getting like 4 rows, 5 rows, and you're just kind of like the calm before the, you know, the darkest before the dawn kind of moment as he's about to emerge from this storyline. Just put it all on the pages.
I mean, I want you to do this. I want you to make a comic where this happens, because I just know like the rigors that you would go through, and I think it would take you 6 months to do one issue.
Well, that's what he says back here, is like this was something that he wanted to do for a while and thought it'd be super easy and fun, and he's like, not super easy. But talks about switching through different tools and things like that. And you know, for being maybe not as painstaking, he was putting this out on a monthly or damn near monthly basis. Tim Sale doing a Steranko homage there. That's on fun. The back cover. So like we said, look in the beginning, you can pause it, you can kind of reference back and forth to see who all of these various artists are. But it's a cool issue. And there's a couple of these out there. Like we talked about Savage Dragon doing the one that's all comic books or comic strips homages. So, you know, there are a couple of these examples of like odd stylistic mashups. Not that many though, when you think about it. You'd think that a lot of cartoonists would fool around with ideas like this. Because it does seem like a fun thing to go through and just like ruminate on some of these artists that you like. And it's neat. It's really neat to me to see what he pulls out of different artists.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And he really nails a lot of it. You know, he nails a lot of it. It's when you get into other brush guys, and then it's when you start to get into like your friends. Like the people I imagine are just like his buds and stuff. Because
right.
like what separates this?
That might be Byrne. That might be John Byrne.
Okay.
It's a very Byrne-esque mouth. And the eyes are a little bit high.
But like, you know, like so much of it looks so close.
This would be a funny one to go through page by page with him, because in some cases, like these eyes are really uneven. And in one case, it's like, oh yeah, that's the 2/3 eye space. But then is it just like deadline that the other eye's way offline?
Jimmy, just do me this favor, man. Go in the front, look, because they're all in order.
Yeah.
Look for Otomo and tell me if that's Don Simpson or not, because I just want to know.
Oh boy, there is a John Byrne there towards the end.
Yeah. Damn, Bill Ray is one of the characters.
Chester Gould is listed back there as well. Russ Heath, you know, like stuff like that's going to be really hard. Bob Powell, like almost impossible to pull that out.
Totally.
Do you see Otomo?
No, but he would be way back there. See, that was Marie Severin. Okay,
Don Martin is listed right here, so it'd be up in here somewhere. Mark Chiarello, like I have no idea what you're going to pull out of a Mark Chiarello. Yeah, Gary Panter, is it after Gary Panter?
It's before Gary Panter, so just
before Gary Panter. You know, and like Mark Silvestri, Jim Valentino, and Todd McFarlane, and Jim Lee all precede the Robert Crumb. So remember that as we get back there. Then there are people like Bill Sienkiewicz and David Mack and Dave McKean, and it's like, how are you going to subdivide those guys?
You know, like they have a single panel.
So much. There's Jamie Hewlett. Do I not see Otomo listed?
But that's definitely Otomo.
Yeah, clearly. Katsuhiro Otomo. So before him is Dave Sim.
Now go to that. Okay, that's like the Roach character then.
Yeah.
But see, it fully falls off because Sim is such a pen dude, and that's clearly brush.
Yeah, like none of this makes sense. Preceding Crumb, didn't I say like Jim Lee and Silvestri and stuff? Like, I don't know where you're getting any of that.
No. Like, I wonder if it's supposed to be, but that's like too good. Like, if these little ticks are supposed to be like the McFarlane ticks, like that's not it.
Yeah, right. It's very funny, like, seeing some of these faces and seeing the Crumb character in the middle of it just sweating like, it's too much! It's an overload! Because I kind of feel that way, as we're, like, really digging into these, and it's like, 4 people are in this panel. Yeah, super intense.
Total flaky foont. So fun, man.
I also like that it builds towards this moment of, like, it just gets more and more and more until it's just, like, overwhelming, you know?
I mean, you know, take your hand away, like, that's the thumbnail, you know, get it fully in there. Like, I feel like you got your thumbnail for this video.
What a cool issue.
Yeah.
This is a fun one. We definitely have to look at probably the Dragon issue.
Do you have it?
I do have it, yeah.
Oh, yeah. We should definitely do that.
And this is another one, like, if you guys have comments at home of, like, any other issues that are like this, where guys are really pulling out some different styles and things, let us know, because that's been very fun. Like, that issue of X-Men, Ed, that we looked at with all Scott Williams inks, I'm looking for more issues like that.
Yeah, I'm seeing in the comments, man, J.H. Williams is a style mimic and has done this kind of thing, so
yep.
Where will we see that? Promethea or something?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a specific, like, he's going to reference a specific artists or a number of artists, but it is definitely like jumping around stylistically through a lot of different tools and different approaches to issues and stories for sure. All right.
Good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. And King Kayfabers get to mitigate the kayfabe effect by getting all of our videos delivered to them by way of our Patreon before anybody else. The vids are brought to you by the books that we make, and 2023 is going to be a big year. Got the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus. Gonna hit the holiday markets at the end of this year. 504 pages with 140 pages of content, art, extras, and fresh art that I've drawn specifically for this. 140 pages of that stuff coming to you for this holiday. Red Room Crypto Killers 1 and 2. Here are the covers for those. Starting in May, going to come out on a monthly basis. 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room are out there right now. 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design are out there, and WYSIWYG. Jimmy, what do you have?
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, will be coming to you later this summer from Image Comics. You can pre-order that one now. And it collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Live, which is also available from Image Comics. You can also pick up the Hulk Grand Design and the Plain Janes, and you can join me on my Patreon, patreon.com/JimRugg, where I'm serializing my latest comics every week.
What else do we have going on, Jimmy?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, all kinds of cool stuff, fanny packs at our spread shop. That link is under this video as well.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
Yeah, such a fun issue, man. People are saying Michael T. Gilbert in an issue of Legends of the Dark Knight did this kind of thing.
Ooh, that'd be something to track down.
Yeah.
That'd be really fun to see a bunch of Batman, different Batman styles.
Yeah. Joe, do you know what issue number that is? You know, that's also become cliche at this point. Like the multi-Batman on one image. Like Alex Ross just put out a print and fucking Joe Quesada did a drawing.
Yeah, I can see that.
And he just drew it in his style, but just like the goofy capes and stuff. Wasn't very good. Nicholas, you're gonna have to refresh your setup. The one unfortunate thing about this streams is that we're far away from the router and can't plug in, so we don't have direct wired internet, which gives you literally 60% more internet speed than just Wi-Fi. So that's one of the challenges, man. I guess at some level I could get like 100-foot cable. Maybe we should do that.
What's that?
Like with the Kayfabe loot, get like 100-foot Ethernet cable to just wire in to have perfect internet. Figure drawing for all it's worth, man. The sacred tablets.
Getting a Are You Liking Filmic Pro in the middle of this?
Yeah, some bullshit.
I am not Filmic Pro.
Yeah,
I don't appreciate announcements and questions and push notifications when I'm trying to actually use the app.
Yeah, Nicholas, you might need to wire your internet, because I just refreshed my joint and I could see it just fine. Lots to say about this.
Good.
Oh, dude, breaking news. Jerry Springer bought the farm. I think that means he's dead.
Pour one out for Jerry Springer.
There's on Dark Side of the 90s. The first episode is about talk shows, and it goes in the whole trajectory of the Springer Show, how it was like Phil Donahue, and then like this producer comes in, and they talk with him on the channel. He's a cigar chomper, just a real fucking wet looking piece of shit.
Wet is a funny adjective for someone.
Just a slimy fucking slug of a man. And then he, at the end, he's like, you know, they all talked about the people in our audience, you know, that came on our show, and they disrespect. We had good people come on, and I was very empathetic, man. When a guy came on the channel and reached out to us and said that he married his horse, I asked if I could see a picture of the bride.
I always liked Jerry Springer. Like, whenever he would show up on something, like a podcast or something like that, I always enjoyed those. But my Jerry Springer story is Jackson won like a newspaper contest for movie passes, like a year's worth of movie passes.
Ringmaster.
So he was living not at home anymore, and we would get together very infrequently. And it was like, I've got all of these movie passes. We got to go see some movies, and nothing was out. And we saw a double show of Ringmaster, and I Still Know What You Did Last Summer.
That's the era, man.
Got to be two of the worst movies I've ever been in the theater for. All right, man, I'm ready when you are.
Cool. You want to put your thing down, or
Yes.
that lag? No, we're not happy, Filmic.
Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Before we begin today, I want to remind everyone that we do have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon now. 3 different levels will give you access to our videos early, and at the King Kayfaber level, you actually sit in on the recording session and have a lot of fun, like, in between recording sessions, we get into some fun conversations that are a little extra bonus. It'll also give you a leg up on the Kayfabe effect, so check out the Patreon, see what level works for you. The other best way to support our channel is we are working cartoonists. You see our bibliography in front of you on the screen right now. Buy our books. Best thing you can do to keep the channel coming to you daily. And we've got some big books coming out this year. Ed Pisker's Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus will be out later this year. Pre-orders due now, so you want to put your name on a copy before those things sell out. That is a collection of all the Hip Hop Family Tree material, including 140 extra pages, many created brand new for this collection. So you're going to want that on your shelf. Red Room Season 3, Crypto Killers, will be starting up very soon. 4 issues of that. Here's the issue number 1 cover, the issue number 2 cover. There are also some very cool variants that will be available, including my variant, an homage to Youngblood number 1. You can also pick up X-Men Grand Design, 3 volumes in an omnibus, WYSIWYG if you're lucky, and the 2 initial Red Room trade paperbacks. My next book is Street Angel Princess of Poverty, coming out this summer from Image Comics. We'll collect all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadly Scroll Live, also available from Image Comics, so pre-order that one today. You can also pick up Hulk Grand Design as well as the Plain Janes. But Ed, we are here today for the makers. We are going to look at a classic, Andrew Loomis's Figure Drawing for All It's Worth. This is one of those books that, man, if you were reading interviews with comic book artists and trying to figure out, like, how do you get better? How do you learn anatomy? Andrew Loomis's books were constantly referenced by comic book pros, has a whole series of these, and they've recently been reissued.
Yes.
So this was a reissue that I picked up within the last couple of years. You know, they were out of print for a long time, but now you can kind of find them. So
Out of print for decades. And it must have been so ubiquitous at a certain point, because it was, shouts to Uncle Steve Lieber, man. At comic conventions, he would have like a little leaflet, like a little flyer that he would have to young makers. It was like the coolest thing, because it's like nobody, you know, he's not an editor or nothing.
Yeah.
But people come up and to like show off submissions. Had this little paper, and with 2 sections. One section was like comics reference stuff. So it was comics and sequential art by Will Eisner. It was Understanding Comics, Scott McCloud, and then the art books, Figure Drawing for All It's Worth, Andrew Loomis, and the George Bridgman Constructive Anatomy book. So you get that paper. There's your marching orders. You could get everything. You could get freaking George Bridgman's Constructive Anatomy at like Walden Books, and there's so many, you know, Dover Press. Like, those motherfuckers could print stuff. It's such a high volume that it costs like $10 or something. Could never find this. Couldn't find this in the library system in all of the Pittsburgh Carnegie libraries. It was only like, I mean, maybe the Indicia here will tell you, but I swear within the past 10 years.
yeah. This edition is 2011, and it's Titan Books is who put this out, so they may be doing subsequent printings as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's nearly as hard to get now, but that initial copyright, 43. So it's something that served generations of, aspiring figure artists.
And I swear to God, the last print run before they reissued it was the 60s. Like, I don't think it was in circulation for a good chunk of time. you see all these techniques, you see the styles. I often, in between projects and stuff, will go back and do some of the exercises to try to loosen up my figure work a little bit, try to understand those hips a little bit more. And he has good examples in here, but there are guys who take his stuff for gospel. This will be your Steve Rude's
and Alex Ross are the two I think of as like those are the disciples.
Specifically Rude in his comics work, because there are so many methods and materials that Loomis uses in this book. We just saw some coquille board earlier, and Steve Rude will incorporate that into his comics work when appropriate.
Yeah, and a lot of stress on things like proportions, and he gives them in a variety of ways. Like we're seeing headshots here, but we're going to see things where it's like a third of the body, you know, being like knees, belly button, top part, and like just breaking this stuff down over and over to really try to make it visually representative, something that you could actually like remember, like, okay, it's 4 of these units high, or it's, you know, 2 torsos and stuff like that. And you see it here, like now we're going to put it in various perspectives, which of course this is written as like a for the illustrator, for somebody who's going to be doing jobs where they got to draw figures into sketches and into finished illustrations.
There are people who are not makers who are watching this just out of curiosity too, and like pointing out certain things, like you don't know it until you like really see it, but like this farther foot is shorter than this foot in perspective, and as a young maker, that feels wrong to do. It looks right and you're not questioning anything, but when you're putting the marks down and you're like, what, I gotta draw this leg smaller, it doesn't feel right consciously. So like to see the breakdown, it just makes more sense.
There's a lot of like emphasis on perspective, but at one point in here he says, if you don't know perspective, go get a book on perspective. You got to learn perspective. But there's tons of this stuff where like you see these cross sections, and this is how you mark a center point in perspective. You know, one overall, but then even the subdivisions of it. And this cross section that you point out, Ed, with the shorter foot, we're going to see more and more of those where like he's drawing kind of a 3-dimensional figure, but also drawing that what it would look like if it were like just 2 dimensions, if you cut that figure in half. This was, you know, like stuff like this would be really mind-blowing for me when I was looking at this book the first time. And this is actually a book I got hold of in high school and was copying reproductions, and I brought some of that sketchbook.
That's awesome.
Where it was like trying to learn anatomy. But here's some of the perspective stuff.
Was it in your library? Like,
I must have pulled it out of... I can't remember if it would have been my school library, but I'm betting I pulled it out of my high school library. This is something that I can remember early in the Wizard coverage whenever they're talking like Bart Sears doing perspective of this type of thing and how you actually do like, okay, if you're below the horizon line, maybe you're 2 heads below. So if the person's all the way in the back or all the way in the front, it's still 2 heads, you know, relative to that person. But some of this stuff it looks like so much math.
Right. And you could be 100% accurate all the time and it takes some sexiness away. The greats can fudge it. And it doesn't matter. And you even know it's wrong, but as a composition, in terms of an interesting, fun illustration, it totally works. See, this shorthand, this is the stuff that's like so important to me. Because like so many people, and even me for years and years, I'm building my figures like action figures, where there's like this like torso piece and the leg comes down. The widest part of a person's body is this ball joint.
Yep.
Not the ball, but like the hip part. That's the widest part of the body, and it comes out. So the legs don't come down; they come out and down, and you see that there's never straight lines and stuff. Like if you get perfect at these, like you really master this, you're 90% of the way there.
Yeah, and this stuff would always it would blow my mind, and this was very hard to be disciplined and try to do as a kid because like. I'm looking at finished drawings. Like, that's what you want to draw, but it's like, this is the stuff, if you can learn to do this, you know, like you see this figure dancing around, very tough.
It's the stuff like when you go to a life drawing class, you know, I like to go to the Center for the Arts and do that stuff. And you do the 10-seconders, the 30-seconders, and like you just breeze because it's about proportion and gesture. And like you see how so many people, like with what you were just saying about the finish, like they just noodle and are stressed Like, how am I supposed to... Mad. How am I supposed to draw this in 10 seconds? And it's like, it's not about this.
This is that cross-section that I was talking about, where you see, like, this is the side view, this is your front view, and then this is a 3/4, but you can see that side view in the middle. You know, like, it's still... He stresses, like, remember the volume part as you're, like, building out these figures, and I think that's a really good tip. You know, like, if it were a head, this might be the piece that you're remembering in terms of, like, try to get that volume right. He also does this where it's a very natural progression to go from the stick figure, like, bulk it up a little bit, bulk it up more.
Yeah.
And this is about where you need, I think, for anatomy. Like, this is what you got to know even more than having the exact construction of all of your muscles.
Sure. Go back one to like the vest part, like where it shows that one figure. Like this is a good place to, like, because like the back muscles are so goofy when you look at a muscular person, to know that it's like this, like, you know, in the middle of the gluteus area. Right. You just kind of like bring this like vest and wrap it around. Like, I found that to be very instructive.
It made me think of, is it Armatron? There was like an early Image comic that one of the colorists put out.
Oh yeah, Steve
like
Olive, Armature.
This guy, you know, it was about like this figure.
Yeah.
See, this is more of that cross section that I was talking about, and this is cool because it's perspective, right? Like, here we're underneath that circle, and up, down here we're above it.
That's the thing that people don't think about. Like, if you have a face, if an eye is here,
yeah,
then you see the under part of this eyelid and the upper part of that eyelid. But if the eye's up here, you would not see that upper part of the bottom eyelid, but you would see the top. And like, you need to know that stuff.
This figure and perspective thing, I would admire so much how this looked and just struggle to draw all of this.
That's what I'm saying, because you have to draw that small leg back there, and it would just be too small compared to like this area and stuff.
This is one of those that I think of as new cartoonist. You'll see a lot of flat figures, and that would always be a mark of like really kind of like a Marvel DC guy who's like, oh yeah, they understand figure work well enough to at least give it this dynamic perspective version. And then like this stuff kind of blows my mind. All scaled from this figure. So like he's kind of showing like how these various breakdowns would work. Pretty complex stuff.
Right. And this is the shit that you might see as a kid and go, it's hopeless. Like, there's no way I'm going to get to be a cartoonist because I don't even understand this. And the truth is, you don't need it. But if you want to be Hal Foster, you need it.
Yeah. And there is kind of the fake 90% of the way there will kind of get you to that illusion. And to me, it is that thing of like, okay, we're 3/4, all these figures 3/4 of their height from their horizon line. And then you can kind of build out from there. But the perspective stuff, man, like this, a figure laying down in perspective, good luck.
Totally. We talk about it all the time. Like,
this should be on page 300.
Where do you put that neck, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
or the figure in perspective bending and twisting.
But see, here's the thing. He's not there's some kayfabe to it because he had a reference, I'm sure, for that. He's not doing that out of his head, that bent figure, and there's no mention of that in here.
Once you get deeper into this book too, I think that this is the kind of thing like you can continue to reference throughout your life.
Forever. I keep it right next to the table.
I love this drawing, and it points out certain bumps on the body that are bones. This is where, you know, your ulna sticking out, your clavicle, like all of these different pieces of the human anatomy. Your hip bone, Ed, you're talking about the widest point right there. There's a bone right under the surface at that widest point, you know, well, unless you're super fat, maybe. But you know, like, I like knowing, like, certain of these bumps, they're not muscles. Like, you're not going to squat your way to a bigger bone here.
The one girl...
I think that's helpful. I find it helpful.
The one teacher at the Center for the Arts, she was so dope. She's like bone, muscle, tendon, fat pad. That's like what you're seeing at any point. So, like, you know, this is a fat pad. Mm-hmm. You know, these are tendons. Like, this is not a bone. That's right. A tendon. But there's a bone here. And like, just knowing what those pieces are as you're drawing and you kind of take your time, you know what you're drawing. Like, you're more mindful. And it's you know, one of 4 or 5 things.
And this gets really strange where, like, it's probably not bad to understand this as you get deeper into drawing and drawing the human figure. But also, like, it's so technical, you know, at some point, like, it's probably more than the average cartoonist needs. But as you get better and better, like, this will help you get better because you understand that construction.
It's all-star stuff. Like where these bones cross and stuff. And also Bridgman helps you better with this part. Cause like constructive anatomy where he treats the bones as like practical objects. We'll put like a hinge on it and stuff and show you like what's possible. This is like your Bernie Wrightson knows this shit. When you see the fucking wrist bones and stuff like that, we're getting to you could become a unicorn by dedicating yourself to this stuff.
I love this kind of stuff so much coming up. Like, this is stuff that I would always be looking at.
Totally.
And, like, bodybuilding was really big in the 90s, so I'd see, like, those bodybuilding magazines. And it was the same deal. Like, those guys that have no body fat, and it was almost like you could probably body paint that, dip them in red, and it just looked like those muscles.
Right.
But it's so technical. You know, like, this is really, like, getting into the dissection of the muscles.
At art school, they had us do this. They had us draw bones.
Yep, we did that.
And then you bring it in, get a grade for that. Put a tracing paper over top of it. And
I
then,
like that. And
then you put the muscles on tracing paper, and then you get a grade for that.
Yeah, I often think about the skills that cartoonists have, and anatomy is one of them. Like, it's a weird... You walk around with a knowledge of muscles and tendons and where stuff's attached that's way above the average person on the street.
But dude, it's specific. It's the superhero type cartoonist, because one of the big interviews Robert Crumb did when he was doing the book of Genesis was he was talking about giving so much props to people who do mainstream kind of superhero comics, who can twist the figure up and all that. He was like, I had to learn how to draw human beings correctly from my mind without using reference all the time. Like I skated by for 40 years of a career without really having to do that.
These mannequins, I think we've all seen. If you've ever gone through like an art school or gone to an art store, you'll see these.
Just the worst.
And I like seeing like, this is how to use them, where like they really are kind of a step of that shape, you know, that we were seeing earlier of like, draw this rough, you know, underdrawing, like in a weird way that he's showing how the mannequin translates.
Right, but even
this
that is super
amazing.
Stiff compared to every other drawing in this.
Look at that for a foot drawing.
Oh, yeah.
4 toes, though. So add that to the zine of misnumbered digits. And he plays a little bit with materials in here. There's not a big emphasis on it, but you'll see a few like line drawings versus pencil drawings and things. I love this stuff.
Yeah.
This is huge for me. I can remember compilations somewhere of like a face lit in all these different ways, and it might have been something an artist had assembled for himself.
Yeah.
Just to have like interesting ways to apply shadows, and he gets into really complex shadows here.
On our Crooked Man video, somebody put a comment in there. It's from Angoulême, and it was Richard Corbin's like president speech. Like I guess he wasn't planning to go, but I think he did go. But he put this video out, and it scrolled along like a book, like a shelf full of his sculptures, and you get to see them in that video. All these different doughy heads and stuff. And I used to think, I said it on the channel, man, some of his characters feel like Play-Doh to me. And like his sculpture, like he's drawing these Play-Doh looking, because it's not the most sophisticated,
Right?
And he drew these little dough people
That's
into
so
his
cool.
comics.
This is pretty neat. This is drawing from a model, but kind of showing various breakdowns, again, of like those relationships in terms of figuring out middles, you know, like start at your top point and bottom point, and then what's the middle point. And it reminds me, Ed, when you talk about watching Neil Adams draw and he put like certain points on the board and then he'd be sort of like filling in and like a figure would emerge. It kind of reminds me of this, because that's how he describes it, as like 2 points, your top and your bottom. Middle point, you know, what is that on the composition? And it's what the amateurs don't do whenever they're like, oh, I'm drawing this eyeball. And it's like, maybe draw the whole thing first and then draw the eyeball. And he really lays it out in a clear, instructive way.
A little of that coquille. Some more coquille.
These are wild, where it's part figure and then you get to see like the underdrawing, kind of a reverse of what you described about drawing bones and then building out muscles on top.
There's a great Instagram that I follow called Cato Anatomy, and the guy just draws figures and kind of cross sections off all this stuff, kind of like that. It's just so beautiful to watch.
Yeah, if you just went through and copied this book every day, do half hour of just fast drawings and stuff, you'd probably improve.
Oh, you know, there's no doubt. And like I go through this book the least because it's so like rigid. Mm-hmm. But like the constructive anatomy, like I will draw the whole book. I've drawn that whole book. A lot of times we're going to Muybridge territory here.
Yeah. There's a lot of reference that will provide this type of thing. Photo reference of like movements and things like that. There's your sculpted back that's challenging.
Mashed potatoes. I love these like regal old ladies, like straight out of like the 40s with that hair and stuff.
How great is the hair when you look closely and it's just like side of the pencil, you know, a couple of dark chisel marks here and then a couple of the lighter ones and you've got a full head of hair.
Yeah.
But I see so much of like the Steve Rude and the Alex Ross drawings in this. Like anytime you see Alex Ross pencils, I feel like they kind of look like this. A lot of side of the pencil stuff to make these marks. It's funny to me, a lot of the figure drawing of the women in here, they'll have shoes on. So it's like, here's your nude figure,
well,
except
listen,
for
man, she doesn't want to be naked.
Is that is that fetish, little fetish there?
Maybe they had the hammer toes and they were being self-conscious.
And again, kind of some of this stuff is about various tools. He also does this over and over, typical problem, and it'll be almost like an art director is giving you an assignment and then talking about how this applies to some of that, where it'd be like, okay, you're going to rough this figure in, but then you would hire the model if the client chooses this or that sketch. Then you go to the actual having a model reference in the next step.
Yeah, and we looked at like process stuff from Killing Joke, where Brian Bolland, like his roughs are what you would consider to be like a monthly Batman artist looking piece of art.
Yeah.
And then he's going to take that piece of art, he's going to shoot some photos of himself in different positions, and he's going to elevate that to be that very rigorous Brian Bolland artwork.
He mentions this Prismacolor black
color pencil.
Yeah, and he says doesn't smudge. So if you're doing like the pencil drawings, and we've looked at videos recently of penciled comic books that are reproduced from pencils, and it's like, why isn't that all smudged? Or you're doing that on a light box, like how do you get it that clean? Maybe the tool.
Yeah,
that's something that I hadn't seen before, and he calls it out specifically.
Yeah, and that's what they would want us to use on that Coquille board. It's called stipple paper now. Like you could go on Amazon and like search stipple paper and get that kind of.
I love these because they're ink pen sketches. Did you do any were you doing figure drawing in ink when you were there?
No, because like what we really had to do, man, was loosen up, and you just could be looser with that pencil because everybody was so stiff.
So
kids are stiff.
Reclining poses. This to me says volume and gravity. And we looked at that Steve Rude artist edition not too long ago. And one of my takeaways, and I don't think we said it on camera, was he does weight. Mm-hmm. Like it really feels like those characters are being pulled down by gravity. And it's something that, I mean, that's the next level to me. Because I think of comic book artists as really good figure artists. But then once you start applying gravity, like you're really going to that A+ level.
So hard, man. So hard.
Doesn't look like it should be, right? Just memorize that. Seems like that shouldn't be impossible, but boy, it's a challenge. Muscles of the face. This is your big jawbone that became very popular, and 90s artists would always accentuate that, like an extra ridge there on the back corner of the jaw.
Right. It's when they draw the square jaw, but like the people who can be more sensitive but pay attention to that, that's something that I notice a lot. Learned a lot about anatomy drawing Red Room, watching people get dismembered and stuff.
Sure.
Gotta get that anatomy correct.
I pulled a Jack Ham cartooning book whenever I pulled this.
Yeah.
And it's funny because there's tons of this kind of stuff in there too, but it's through the lens of cartooning. Mm-hmm. So your nose variation would be like a square nose, that letter C, Charles Brown nose, all these different ways to approach features that lie outside of, say, a referenced realistic approach to it. Here's the chapter that we all need to do more little kid proportions. We've seen so many nightmare little kid stuff, and then hands, of course, hands and feet both,
which you will extend to whole books.
Right. Yeah, I mean, this is you could fill up a house with drawing books. Right. This is one of the ones that in comics at least is very revered and talked about, probably in commercial art very much kind of rose above and became very popular. So it's cool that it's back in print. And if you're looking for anatomy, you could do a lot worse than this.
Yeah.
And I do got to show off my anatomy notebook.
Yes, please.
This is my high school.
It's so good, man. I had this exact tablet.
This is stupid, too, Jim's anatomy. It's so funny, though, because I did not remember that this was Loomis's book until I went through this not too long ago. And I think we showed this in a previous video. But I realized this is exactly Loomis. I got hold of the Loomis book before I even knew who Loomis was, and would just go through and copy some of these pieces from the book, and you can kind of see how impatient I am, because this should have been books of this kind of stuff, but instead, like, I'm doing poorly stupid action comic moments.
It's just, you know, it's what's so funny too is this is such poor paper because I had this exact kind of tablet and you can't ink on this and
the elbow is never straight and stiff. Also taking notes as I go through.
Hey man, it's fucking genius. It's so smart.
You know, even calling out like the bones and stuff. It's funny to see this stuff now because like this would have been 10th grade maybe, something around that time, and just trying to figure it out. Like you've mentioned before, Ed, you just, once you decide this is the path, it's like so much to try to learn, and it's so frustrating in the beginning because you just don't know any of it.
Yeah, and I'm gonna put a disclaimer out there to people that like if you have an ambition to like make comics per se, fucking also make the comic. Like, don't get so caught up in these how-to books that you become a how-to book fetishist.
100%.
That exists. I know those people. Like, some of the people I went to art school with had all these books drawn from the right side of the brain, all this kind of stuff, and they got so into being like a student of the thing. Maybe even Steve Root is kind of still in that in a way, man. Like, his sketchbooks are epic from what I understand. And, you know, it's not like he has comics coming out all the time. So it's like, pick your poison. Like, what are you? What's important to you? But if you want to make comics and figure this part out along the way or something. But don't just fetishize.
It's the best advice.
Yeah.
Because you're never going to get to a point not making comics where you're ready to make comics. Like, you have to make some bad comics. So bite the bullet and dive into those. And this is a side.
Yeah.
This is one of many, many tools that you can keep trying to apply as you keep moving forward in the comic making process.
Also, there's no way you could tell me that this lettering did not influence Seth on like the complete Peanuts.
Good call. This whole package where it's like 3 colors or 4 colors. Yeah.
Like, I mean, this is Seth lettering. Even this part. Good stuff, man. Long time coming. Putting this on the channel. Jimmy, you good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. King Kayfabers get these videos before anybody else because they are on our Patreon and we deliver them, those videos, before they see the light of day to Gen Pop. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what you have.
Street Angel. Princess of Poverty is my next book. It'll be out this summer from Image Comics. You can pre-order that one now. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. So together, this will be your complete set of Street Angel comics in a very complimentary, handsome set. I also have Plain Janes and Hulk Grand Design on the stands now. And you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg to see my latest comics that I've been posting weekly on my Patreon.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus coming to you in time for the holidays this year. 504 pages with 140 pages of additional art and supplemental materials, including a bunch of art that I did specifically for this book. Put in your pre-orders now. We need to know how many of these things to print and get out to the stores in time for Christmas. There are 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree out there. There are 2 Red Room trade paperbacks, but we're going to begin the last series of Red Room in May, a couple of weeks from now. Red Room Crypto Killers 1. This is the cover. It'll be coming out on a monthly basis. It's going to be coming out. Every story is completely self-contained. 2 trade paperbacks of that out there. 3 trades of X-Men Grand Design and WYSIWYG. Jimmy, tell the people what else we have going on.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good stuff, man. Give them those marching orders. We'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
Yeah, it's good that we got this one finally on the channel.
Yeah, I hope the response is good because I would like to look at more of this stuff.
Constructive anatomy is important, and I got like whole sketchbooks filled. Like I draw that book.
What,
starting from page 1. Do Goon and do that Williamson joint, and then I'm
gonna do it next because the camera's up already.
Yeah, do it.
Pretty excited to go through this.
Yeah. Learning Japanese for 4 months since the Jeff Darrow, Brian Moss video. Want to go to Tokyo Comic-Con, Comic-Con at the end of the year. Any pointers you'd like to give? There doesn't have to be intimidating, man, to go to Tokyo because they want your money, man. Tourism is a part of that business model. in that big city. You could get by. I don't know any Japanese. I got by just fine. Definitely, your phone is your best friend. Make sure you got battery packs to keep your map up and stuff. The Suica card that you swipe to get into the train station, you can put a lot of money on that, and restaurants will accept that kind of like as a credit card. And if you've ever gone abroad, you know you don't want a fucking pocket full of $5 quarters, $5 fucking Chuck E. Cheese tokens. So use that Suica card at every possible venue so that you never have to worry about getting change broken and having to, like, a game that I play when I go in foreign countries, Jimmy, is play the game of like trying to go home with as few coins as possible, trying to be smart at that level. When you go back to the hotel, if you got 10 100 yens, take it to the front desk, get 1,000, that type of shit. Good to go.
Hit it.
Let me just lock us in.
Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Want to remind everybody, we now have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon that you can join. 3 different levels will give you access to videos early. At the King Kayfaber level, you not only get all video access, you also get access to our recording sessions. So you get to sit in and throw us questions in between some of these recording videos. Also, we are working Cartoonist. The best way to support Cartoonist Kayfabe is to buy our books, and you see our bibliography on the screen in front of you right now. We also have some big books coming out this year. Hip Hop Family Tree from Ed Piscor will be out later this year. Pre-orders due now, and this one's probably going to sell out, so I would recommend putting your name on a pre-order to make sure you don't miss it. The 3rd season of Red Room, Crypto Killers, will be starting up very soon. That'll be shipping monthly, 4 issues, each issue completely self-contained. There's the cover to issue 1, cover to issue 2. You can also buy the first 2 volumes of Red Room. You can buy 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design, 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree, and WYSIWYG if you have a really good store and it's still available there. Snap that one up while you can. My next book is Street Angel Princess of Poverty. This will be out later this summer from Image Comics. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, also available from Image Comics. Get them both. You'll have the complete Street Angel and a really nice set of books to go with it. I also have Hulk Grand Design and the Plain Janes available, and I'm posting my latest comics on my Patreon, patreon.com/JimRugg, so check that out to see my latest work. So, Ed, we are looking at a classic today. Al Williamson, one of the all-time great comic book artists, an incredible career, and we were lucky to have Scott Strong put this in our hand when we were in Columbus this past year. It's beautiful. It's basically an Al Williamson artist edition or artisan edition because it collects a whole bunch of his work, and we're going to have a good time going through this, I think.
Yeah, man. Behind us as dessert for today's recording day, there's a box from Scott Strong that we have yet to open, so can't wait because he just hooks us up with the flyest shit. This book, it's another one of those books put out by Flesk Publishing.
I love whenever they blow up a panel.
Totally. We looked at the Nexus, the Steve Rude Flesk original art book. This really is an all-encompassing Al Williamson piece monograph, and at each stage of the book, at the beginning and maybe even at the end as bookends of each chapter, you'll get to see a lot of like reference photos that are just part of his process, and sometimes the artwork for that those photos were referenced from shows up like in the pages that we look at, and it's a great clue into his process, man, because when I was a kid, I got hold of those Russ Cochran, the issues of like Tales from the Crypt and things that were put out just in regular comic format. Okay, go to page 125.
Yeah, by the way, everybody, Rick Veach here making an appearance, who had been an assistant of Al Williamson back in his Star Wars daily strip days.
Yeah.
I love seeing that kind of stuff. Like any of these photos of older generations before it was all documented so well. I love seeing it's right here.
Yeah. It's him, man.
Yeah, it's amazing. That's funny. It's a really good illustration, too, of what you get from, say, a photo reference versus like the finished piece. As opposed to just tracing something off, you see some variation there. But what you get is some references to folds, some facial planes, things of that nature to just give you a nice, clean drawing in the end.
Yeah. There are just like wrinkle things that happen that are so beautiful.
How much do you love these kinds of shots, like works in progress, you know, we've already seen some like half inked panel where you still see the pencils coming through and then the tools.
Yeah, look at this bullshit though, man. That feels like just like a fun thing to have, but inefficient as a worker. Cause like now I gotta like get my pen into that little hole to like get some ink.
Is that what it is? I didn't know what that tool was. I thought it might be a sharpener.
Yeah, like the roundy thing. Okay, so like even this, that hole's still too kind of tiny.
I agree.
I need a big area to just like, because I don't need to be looking. I need to fucking dip.
100%. And also, if you use one of these kinds of ink wells, you end up getting ink like on the barrel.
Right.
So now it's all over your hand.
hand.
You're smudging on a paper. Yeah, I agree. Like I've doctored up my own piece, but I still love seeing the tools and the setups.
Yeah.
There's
super
a
early.
fair amount of this stuff too, like tracing paper overlays, studies, I guess. You know, I'm not even sure like what that would be.
Take a look. I mean, we're looking at Juvenilia here, man. This is a very young, like, if he got his first real big works in EC when he was 19, I mean, he might be fucking 12 here, you know? He might be 15.
That's wild. Some sketches and, you know, like life drawing sketches and things of that nature. The previous caption said, you know, like working out panel compositions and figures for panels. That's kind of cool to think of, because then what? You throw it on the light table and put that, compose your panel then, which is what illustrators would do with photo references too. And you can find examples of that throughout illustration history.
He's a big student of Alex Raymond and Hal Foster, and that's a move that those guys would use. Big photo guys.
This is amazing to me, like seeing the ink stuff, because you've got dry brush here on the bottom and then just gigantic pieces of ink that he's slapping down there on those figures. And the reason I say that's so cool is because I often cite him as like maybe the best inker to work. And to see that he's doing that in the 50s, you know, like, boy, that ink was just his medium.
Yeah, it's...
More of your photo references.
Yeah, totally. So good, right? It's this story that was in those Russ Cochran books, and I remember seeing it and just thinking, like, I'll never get to be this good to draw something like that. To this day, I still probably never will. But to know that he used some photo stuff for folds and things, that's adds a lot of illumination.
I like that somebody's drawing on the photo reference, like having fun with it. It could almost be white media too on that highlight. Like that's a hot lamp that he's standing next to. You know what's killer? Whenever I would first see like some of this EC art, I would look at it and just think like, how are those guys putting that amount of detail in, knowing how much of that was going to be lost in the print? You know,
right.
like seeing the original art for EC era comics, it's mind blowing how delicate and fantastic. Like the inking on this tree trunk, just way wild.
So worth saying from this point through about probably 3/4 of the book, to have an Al Williamson monograph shot from original art is to have a Fleagle Gang artist edition of original art. So you're seeing this is Roy Krenkel. The females, like this might be a Williamson female, but like we're going to see Frazetta hand on these pages.
Look at that funny tangent for like a shoulder line and jawline.
Yeah. You know, this is Krenkel. This is Krenkel all over this, and Krenkel is in the photos with them.
How impressive are these photos just in terms of the values that they're capturing here? Like, it's black and white art. Like, these photos are all pretty impressive.
It's true, and I mean they're lighting them that way, and even classic painting, Rembrandt has a certain lighting scheme that he would do to get the most interesting planes and angles and stuff. So that's basically what they're doing.
So thoughtful though too, is like you've got light in your foreground, light in your background, dark in the middle. Just simple compositional things that quite honestly I don't think people always think about today.
Right. Look at all the materials, man. Coquille board, just a panel pasted up. We saw some duotone previously, some zips, and then running your razor across to chop up the ink. Whoever thought to like do the razor thing is real fascinating because it just feels very degenerative.
I think of Harriman so much with that, but I don't know that he invented it. But man, he used to cut the hell out of those old crazy cat pages.
There's your duotone.
That's beautiful. Almost looks like he just dumped some on there to create those canals and things. Yeah, it's a wild mix, and this goes back to what I was saying about like, it's just so much effort to put into something that a lot of that's going to drop out. You know, like you couldn't have imagined 50 years from now, 60 years from now, they're going to be photographing the original art and they'll see all of this attention to detail. I like this kind of drawing.
Looks like straight from the pulps.
Almost a sketch.
Yeah, looks straight for like a spot illustration from the pulps.
And I wonder if this reflects that this is a very young artist and he's just trying stuff. Like anything that comes to mind, like let's put it down and see how it looks.
We looked at a lot of this work in the volume 1 and volume 2 of the EC covers artist edition. Now this is the one that definitely has all Flegels involved. That is a Frazetta woman right there, and I think Frazetta drew almost all the chicks in this. You got the white zip on top of the joint.
Amazing. And a razor blade.
After you run the razor on the inks.
Yeah, that razor blade technique is something I don't feel like I ever see in today's
not at all. Crinkle on the backgrounds when you get this kind of stuff. Look at the great depth.
A lot of these white lines, too, look like they're planned. You know, it's not white media in most of these cases.
Yeah, you
it's
see
like,
pencils. You see pencils planning that stuff, man. And just
beautiful.
Gorgeous compositions.
Stunning how much you're using different texture to create these like different eras and different effects on a page. That's amazing.
We're gonna have to like individually do this strip as a video because it is off to reprinted. Like I have this comic in 4 different places. I think it showed up in Wits End at one point. I have like a kitchen sink comic that this thing is reprinted in, and probably like 2 or 3 other things.
Pasted up lettering.
These guys just really went hard for it. And by the way, like, with all hands of the Flegels on it, legendarily, these guys would bang this out in like a weekend.
Yeah.
Because they want to play baseball. Marie Severin in the interview, she's like, oh yeah, those young boys, Frazetta and Williamson, they would come in, they would be carrying baseballs and they have like shorts on.
That's funny. It's a tour de force. You know, like these panels, like open panels, great silhouettes. That's interesting to me as like just a dry brush edge for your panel.
Right.
And it was cool. One of these panels was blown up in the beginning of this chapter, so you get a chance to really see it up close and personal. That's kind of funny, the white out the whole way around. Like, what are you whiting out? You see that red line, too.
Yeah.
You know, like coding lines and stuff like that. These kind of abstract marks, you never see this anymore either. And that was a staple. Like, a lot of people would do versions of that where it was almost just you're balancing out your composition with some blacks, and it really isn't representative of anything except just we need more black in this page.
He was good for that, too. Like, even in, like, JRJR inking era and stuff.
Atlas Comics era. So this is your post-DC now. And I've found reprints of some of like the Atlas stuff and like Marvel reprints maybe in the 70s.
Yeah.
Where like all those EC dudes at least had a cup of coffee at Marvel and must have hated it. Because most of them didn't stick around.
We're going to keep watching. Like there's photos for everything. And we're going to see Al Williamson at every stage of his life.
Look at Crankle's brow. That almost looks like it could be a
There's some physiognomy there.
Yeah, now Williamson looks like $1 million.
Big brain inside of that Crankle head. Dapper,
these pictures
man.
Kill me. They're amazing.
Dapper.
I feel like I would buy a book of just his photo references. Yeah. They're so constructed.
But look, like he's got goddamn holsters and double belt. Like he's
that's
got
a Western era.
Toys.
That's he's doing a gunslinger.
Yeah, that's an expense. You can expense that.
Be good for Halloween. Got to use these things to their max.
Yeah. Look at some of these. Some more of those marks that you were talking about, but just even the pure drawing,
right?
Yeah,
like this is you see two gun kids. So this is a Western for Marvel, probably dashing these out, probably working at a quarter of the page rate of the EC Comics, maybe less.
Yeah,
imagine taking that kind of pay cut.
Doing some Harvey.
Yeah, superhero comics.
Probably over top of somebody. Like, I look like he was inking over top of George Evans on that one thing you pointed out. And this is definitely somebody more kind of constipated.
Yeah, sometimes you can find these reprinted as like blue ribbons. I don't know about this story in particular, but sometimes I find those in a dollar bin, and it's surprising once you crack them open and see what's in there.
There's one set of photos that we just like cannot miss, where he's doing his photos for Baldo Smudge. Look, he's like Ming the Merciless.
Yeah. That's amazing. I would love to see this pulled back and see the light set up, because he's getting some really cool lighting going on there. Boy, what is this? Like, is that just like super acid paper that it's brown at this point? I
feel like, he got to do a couple of Flash Gordon comics, but not so many. And like all he wanted to do was some Flash Gordon. Just like give the man his Flash Gordon, like he's built for that.
You've been looking at Hal Foster, right? Like how much do you see Hal Foster in his work?
It's because
it had to be one of his biggest influences.
Like Alex Raymond cribbed from Foster so much. Like I have this Foster book where it could show you the Prince Valiant page, and then it'll show you like a Flash Gordon where it's the same compositions and stuff.
These have been reprinted too. Like these are something that you can find at a reasonable price.
Yeah.
And, you know, if
Even
you're at
though-
home enjoying Al Williamson, track him down.
I mean, this is the Marvel movie adaptation, so like you recognize him, you know, like you could almost sing the song. Sing the song, Jim. Then he invented this like soupy sky thing that he brought to those JR Daredevils.
That's the first time I would have seen it.
Pulled them shits off the rack as a kid, you know, and I just thought that was so cool. To see the actual hand was like a very liberating thing to witness.
You know, if you're an ink fan, like the traditional pen and ink kind of fan, like you look at this stuff and he's doing like the little noodling for texture on the stone, like marble surface, then like the foliage and leaves. It's really beautiful, you know, if you're into that kind of line.
This is the shit, dude.
Yeah.
We looked at this comic as its own video, and we knew that he was modeling as Baldo Smudge. But, I mean, shot for shot, we're going to see each of these pieces bear fruit as an illustration.
I love that there's almost a persona represented, right? Like he's playing these characters out. And it looks like he's just hamming it up for the camera, too. It's so much fun. I love it.
It's gotta be communicated visually.
This is a beautiful story. Very impressive, and definitely one, again, as you say, Ed, we have a video of this. So go check it out, because it's that inside baseball kind of, you know, behind the scenes of a comic artist.
We just saw that image in photographic form around there somewhere. And story written by Archie Goodwin. We're going to see Archie in on the game and some of the photos coming up soon.
How about that for using, like, that's a screen tone.
Yeah, I got that
down.
screen tone.
That's pretty cool.
Look at Archie with his pith helmet.
Love it.
He really looks like he should be on a set of Chips or something.
He is such a distinct looking guy. Like, you see all those caricatures of him throughout comics, and when you see the photo, it's like unmistakable.
That's Williamson's mom. He's got her working.
Must be his dad?
Yeah, maybe. I got some of that Agent X9 stuff. Secret Agent Corrigan. He like the Alex Raymond, the shadow loomed large, and Williamson did everything he could. It would be so fantastic to talk to him because he had such a big inking career. Mm-hmm. And what was that? Was that just like, well, I'm retired, so like I could ink 3 pages in a day, and that's my typical rate.
There's another example of that photo referencing.
And I feel so confident in saying that he probably did the exact same moves. Here's him as Ming right here. Where with like Artograph projector and all that to get like the basic stuff, but then you turn it into an Al Williamson illustration. Like give this to Joey Jerkoff in the Peanut Gallery, who's like using photo references, blah 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 blah. Take this photo and see if you could turn it into this. There's absolute art to it.
I love his sketches. I'm so glad that they include some of that stuff in here. It's so rich to see it. And they're pretty developed, man. Some of these sketches are super rigorous. You see all the folds and shadows and stuff on the sketch. Man, we are so spoiled with the reproduction quality of this stuff. Just amazing. Man. This would be stuff that you would do at Kubert, right? Like throw the tracing paper on top, do another iteration.
Yeah, I mean, every assignment, you put the tracing paper over top, and you let the instructor go ham on top of your shit and show you everything you did wrong. And it's the greatest, most humbling thing where you realize, like, oh, there's a lot I don't know yet. Or they just do a couple of changes, and it's like, okay, I need to bone up on my anatomy. Or
that's always wild. Like we would do that in drawing classes and stuff, and occasionally the teacher would come through, and that would be it. It'd be like 1 or 2 lines, and you'd be like, oh my god, it's so much better. How did I screw up that
right,
shoulder?
Right. So Rick Veitch would be helping out around this time, dude, doing this kind of shit. You know, the little control panels and things.
It's great to see it this big. I wonder if this is about accurate for size, or if it's even might be even a little bigger.
Yeah, the captions will often tell you if it's accurate to size. Man, I swear to God,
how detailed is this?
I had
for
this
your
He-Man
study?
figure. I know it's Star Wars, but
yeah, I remember that figure.
yeah.
They're pretty lively too, for as photo referenced and kind of accurate as they are to human anatomy. Still able to put some action, some motion in these.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, we looked at this Blade Runner piece as well. Neat to see that one.
Yeah, it's like too good for a Marvel book. That Blade Runner adaptation. Can't believe it's like Marvel put that out.
Yeah, I was checking this one out as a piece of card art, but it doesn't say like accurate to size.
Uh-huh.
But I feel like, you know, as a card, like that might be close.
Yeah.
Maybe just something, an omission there on their part. Man, these standalone illustrations are fun. Okay, shrunk to 45% of the original art size. So I don't know if that's an implication. The top images on this page and the opposite are actual size. So these would have been trading card art that are then reduced. Boy, everybody was doing trading cards, Ed.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Look at the family Christmas cards and stuff.
Unbelievable.
But still with the Williamson spin all over it.
Yeah,
it has nothing to do with holidays.
I love the patterns too, like again going back to his inking acumen and stuff, like just adding that little bit of add the polka dots. Wonder if that's the if he's the guy behind Dusty Rhodes' infamous polka dots.
The rib gimmick. Just humbling stuff. Like if this is all that comics was growing up, you would just say I'm going to become a trash collector.
Yeah.
You can't grow to this.
It's something to look at this and think like most of this skill set is not even part of like the American comics industry anymore.
No.
Like all of this rigorous lighting is just gone. Look at the folds. This is the stuff that I would eat up as a kid where it was like you say, you'd look at that and think there's no way I can ever do this, but also I'm trying to copy it.
Yeah.
Seeing some of his DC work here.
Yeah, I feel like we did some of the the Superman Swamp Thing, or
this is Superman 400. I think
we did
looked
this
at that.
video. Yeah. So this was like the future Superman part of the story.
I feel like we've seen a bunch of these kinds of examples, and some are really bad, and some are really good. This is a pretty good one where you see like the overlap to create some depth.
Yeah.
And then the contrast between like rocky organic forms with a very crisp, maybe French curve outlined spaceship, where it's such sharp contrast between that and the rugged asteroids and everything. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Feel shame everybody else who's trying to draw asteroid belts.
I miss him. He came to Pittsburgh Comic-Con every year for a good 10 years there and looked spry as hell. He was bouncing around. His hair was wispy white. But he was so charismatic and cool. And I actually couldn't believe that he was the same Al Williamson that did those old EC comics. It didn't compute. Like, those comics were 40 years prior when I was going to that convention. And he looked 50. It's like, what? Like, are we 10 years old? And the truth is, no, he was 19.
Yeah, very young and apparently lived right. Man, I look at a page like this and I just think of the rigor, like, that feels like it would take me a week to ink that. And I mean, this book is full of these pages. Like, how fast would he have been, do you think?
I don't think he was fast. And I think that we now in our culture, we allow for so much distraction.
Yeah.
And he's not looking at no phones. Like, the only thing to distract him is him choosing to put on a radio or a TV and to pick up and field a phone call, which can be expensive to make for people. So, like, just no distraction. And it's like we have to build that back into our practice because the little bong from your email and the comments on the Kayfabe and the emails coming in and the texts from your girl.
Yeah.
Like, all of it takes your eyes away from the paper.
Yeah, 100%. A note here from John Flex thanking Mark Schultz as a guy who introduced him to the Williamson family. And I assume Schultz was close with Al Williamson.
I think they were Pennsylvania cats.
Yeah, so we got to talk to him at some point.
We do.
We'd definitely like to bring him on here. But
still the writer of Prince Valiant, by the way.
The other nice thing about this book is, like, I have a fair amount of Al Williamson in various reprints and comic book pages and things like that on newsprint. This kind of detail, really, you just don't get to see it in a lot of the comic book printing from the past. So to have a book like this that really is crisp and sharp and shows off that intricate line work that he's doing, that's great.
What are we seeing there?
Just him on a motorcycle.
These dudes were bros.
These pictures are brilliant, man. You talk about, like, if you're a book designer and you get a stack of access to these kind of photos to mix in with his art, what a beautiful art book.
There's a meta component, dude. It's Al Williamson in the morgue.
Mm-hmm.
So he's looking through a bunch of photos in this photo.
Fantastic. And a little summary there from Mark Schultz, speaking of Mark Schultz and his connection to Al Williamson. But great book. Really well done. Says there's another volume in the works.
Oh, shit.
So
I'll take that.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see that one too. But man, hats off, John Flex. I've seen a couple of his books, and I've been impressed by all the ones I've seen so far.
At this point, it's like, well, time to go to the website and see what he's got, and just sight unseen grab whatever it is. There's a Art Adams Kickstarter or something. I don't know if all of these are Kickstarted or,
I don't know
how that works, man. But the guy, your money's going to a good place, trustworthy hands in terms of producing beautiful books.
He's building a track record. I'll say that.
Well said, man. Good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. King Kayfabers, get these videos before anybody because we serve it to them live as we're recording these things. And as we edit them, we give them to the King Kayfabers first. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what you have.
My next book, Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, will be coming out this summer from Image Comics. You can pre-order that now. This is going to collect all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. So add both of those to your shelf, and you will have a complete set of complimentary books there that tell you all the Street Angel stories so far. Other books that are available, Hulk Grand Design and The Plain Janes. You can also join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see my latest comics being serialized weekly, a couple pages at a time.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you later this year, man. 504 pages collecting the entire 4-volume set of Hip Hop Family Tree that is out there. But it includes 140 pages of art and extras that are not in those 4 volumes, including a bunch of stuff that I drew brand new to make this book a holistic thing, man. Please put in your orders and pre-orders now, sooner than later, because I'm super proud of this book. And I want to make sure that you get a first printing. Starting in May, we're going to be putting out the next and final round of Red Room Comics, Red Room Crypto Killers. #1, that's your cover right there for issue 1. That's your cover for issue #2. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. Each issue completely self-contained. There are 2 Red Room trade paperbacks out there in the wild that you could get your hands on. There are 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design out there in WYSIWYG. Jimmy, tell the people what else we have going on.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to get into the Flesk publishing list and see what else is out there. Because, man, if he has a book on an artist I like, I bet you it's worth your time.
Yeah.
I wonder where he's out of.
That's a good question.
Quite the lag.
Quite the lag.
Oh, on there.
Good.
Yeah, man, hit it. Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piskor.
Want to remind everybody before we dive into today's comic that we do have a Patreon now. There are 3 different levels that'll give you access to our videos early, and at the King Kayfaber level, you can actually sit in on our recording session, which is usually a lot of fun. So check that out, see which level works for you, and get a leg up on the Kayfabe effect, because I'm sure there are some books we look at that you want to add to your collection, be the first ones in line. Also, these videos are brought to you by the comics that we make. We're both working cartoonists. You can see our bibliography on the screen right now. We've got some big books coming out this year that you are going to want to pre-order or pick up as soon as they get out. Ed Piskor's Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus will be out later this year. Pre-orders due now, man. Put your name on this thing because it's probably going to sell out quickly, and it takes a while to print these big books. The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus collects all of the Hip Hop Family Tree strips, plus 140 extra pages brand new for the collection. So you're going to want that for you and the hip-hop fan in your life. Red Room is starting its 3rd season, Crypto Killers. There'll be 4 self-contained issues coming out monthly once this begins very soon. There's the cover to issue #1, cover to issue #2. You can also pick up the Red Room trade paperbacks, volumes 1 and 2. You can pick up the original Hip Hop Family Tree, treasury size editions, X-Men Grand Design, 3 volumes and an omnibus, and WYSIWYG. My next book is Street Angel, Princess of Poverty. This will be out this summer from Image Comics, collecting all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive, also available from Image. Together, the 2 books will collect the entire Street Angel library, so add that one to your shelf. You can also pick up Hulk Grand Design and The Plain Janes. So, Ed, we are looking at Eric Powell's Goon. I believe this is the color special #1. A couple issues had come out from Avatar,
Yeah.
and then I guess he was unhappy with the quality of those, so self-publishes this. So one of the very early Goon comic books, and Goon a big hit, man. It's been being published pretty much since the late 90s, sometimes self-published, sometimes with Dark Horse. This is my first Goon comic that I have read.
So you mean that Dirk Albatross is not the publisher of?
Yeah, I believe that's probably Eric having some fun, not just in the comics making, but also in the backstory behind the comics making.
So, scoop this up off the racks. 2001, 2002. It's that era where you could buy everything that's not Marvel and DC that looks interesting, man. I bought your Street Angel mini around this same time, and that was a hit to me. Like full chops involved and stuff, and this comes out of nowhere, so developed, so tight. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Full color, which is very atypical of the day. It was speaking to a lot of stuff that I was into, like this technique with the painting. Very much in the school of Basil Gogos, the painter extraordinaire of Famous Monsters of Filmland.
Yep.
It's a little more subdued because what Basil would do is like this green color would be so much more in the shading and lighting on the character. But Powell does such a good job of that. He does a little bit of work on that too. This comic, to me, I don't keep up. I'll be honest. I do not keep up. But I am so glad that he's out there doing his thing, because it was so clear to me from this reading and scooping this up that this is another cartoonist. It's very rare who they create their exact vehicle of all the stuff that they want to draw. It makes me think of Mark Schultz with Xenozoic Tales, Jeff Darrow, Shaolin Cowboy,
Mignola and Hellboy.
Sure. He's like so much more professional with the stuff, man. But like there are these guys that like they create the exact sort of vehicle for all their interests, and you could just tell that he's having a freaking ball making these comics.
Yeah, zombies, monsters,
old cars.
Yeah, like a noir kind of element, almost like that PI or problem solver type character. A lot of fun elements to put together if you're going to be like, I'm going to create my sandbox, I'm going to have some fun here. It's exactly what you're describing. And those are some of my favorite comics. It's weird that I haven't read this up to this point, because it is something I'm aware of, and I've always thought it looked good. But look, it's the nature of whenever I say there's too many good comics to read them all, this is one of the victims, so I'm glad to rectify that.
I think the first SPX you took me to was 2003, and he was set up there.
Oh, interesting.
And I couldn't wait to talk to him, because I don't think Dark Horse picked this up by then or anything like that. It was just this and maybe another Albatross comic or something. And
Albatross, is that self-publishing is an albatross at some level?
But everything I basically just said, I said to him, and I was super shy, super humble. He was super shy, super humble, and I just had to tell him that like I could tell that you are just having so much fun making these pages, and it really comes off the page. It communicates so well to the reader.
Yeah, and I don't know his bibliography before he gets to this point, but he had done some comics, I know. And you look at the kind of the quality, like it's not someone's first comic. You know what I mean?
That's
like you
the
can
thing.
see like this is really impressive.
Every couple of years it happens to me, man. Where like I went to the racks and I saw this, never heard of him, never heard of the Goon, and was like, where did you come from?
Yeah.
You know?
So our story opens with this guy who has stolen about $8 million in coins, and he's gonna hide him in this haunted house.
And it's a brutal hunt. It's like
it's a rough story.
Incestual inbreeding house, and like nobody ever left.
There's a reason that you don't want to go into this house. But our guy gets befelled by a beam in the basement when he's trying to bury his treasure. He's now trapped in there, and here are our haunted house residents there to torture him and make sure the end of him is very, very unpleasant. And you see like great spotting of blacks, really good with inks. I think that Powell's pretty good in a lot of media, because I've seen stuff of like washes and pencils, and we saw the painted cover. So quite a visual artist.
Yeah, you're gonna see kayfabe ads in here, and it rings as true as like an Acme Novelty kayfabe ad, really. And then you get some poppy color, right?
It's a great intro to your character, right? If this is a first issue for a lot of readers, and I think it was, man, that screams fun.
Totally.
You know, if you're flipping through this on the stands trying to figure out if you're going to buy it, you probably decide you're going to take this one home once you get to this page. And we've got a crazy old lady, like, stomping in the mud and handing him this kind of trinket of cat eyes and stuff. Just bizarre, kind of out there. But you're up for anything whenever it starts out with a gigantic squid on your car.
Right.
Kind of sets the tone right away of anything goes in this book.
Yeah, anything goes. You got like a little dude with the button eyes, so coming straight out of like kind of comic strips.
Absolutely.
And here's your kayfabe ad for like a kind of Aurora model kit head gimmick.
Billy lobotomy kit. Hilarious. Yeah, and we've got, Goon is just hanging out with his buddy at the bar, which I think may be pretty typical of Goon life. He's hunting for this one guy, though, this zombie character, and trades a favor at the bar for somebody who will give him a tip on where he can find this dude.
Nails him to a fucking wooden fence or something, a wooden wall. And it looks good, man. Like the drawing of it, he sells it well.
Yeah. Yeah, at first I thought it might have been he was nailing him to the floor.
Me too, but
and
the
it was just going to be
perspectives
this,
are weird enough.
Right. Either way, though, quite the drawing.
Here's your Andrew Loomis volume of a figure in perspective.
There you go. And this guy's trying to give up anything he can to get out of this situation. So he tells a story about that coin haul and the rumors that there's a treasure buried. I like how Goon's face is all chewed up, too.
Yeah, he's been through some things. Yeah.
Reminds me a little bit of Marv at times. And one of the other...
I was going to say Bill Murray.
But as we get into this, like, you're going to see little hints of Kirby, too. Like, he's so adept at certain of these, like... The ink stuff's just really impressive.
It is.
As a fan of various inkers, I feel like this dude knows what he's doing with that. This is a nice panel, too. You're set up for, like, going into that house. And how good would this panel look in black and white? Because this is all open, Like, it would really be like there's a fog between Goon and that haunted house.
I think he probably is one of the great black and white artists. You never see it. There's always color on his stuff, and I don't think it needs it. And in some places, I even feel like it's muddy. Some of those blues are very dark, and I don't think it does the work of service. But like as a pen and ink or brush and ink illustrator, it's super solid.
The marks there on the underside of Goon's arm, that's where I start to see Kirby. And there'll be another panel later on, but it's just these little ticks, and it probably speaks to his fandom as a comics maker. These apparitions that are going to pop up, they're line drawings. So it's one more of those, like, what can you do in your drawing that is expressive? And we'll see a few versions of that really stand out. The sound effects behind the character, something that's used a couple of times very well in this issue. And everybody, Goon and his partner, they're seeing stuff in this house.
Yeah.
This house is haunted in a very palpable way. That's pretty fun. And then we're cut through with, like...
weird, like,
I don't know what
ads.
this is. This is a bizarre, like, interlude. Like a commercial, but very strange. And now back to reality. If you can call that reality. Goon thinks he's killed his buddy, but that's not actually what happened. So kind of a trippy story here to launch this series and this character. Nice lettering.
I'm so curious to see the Avatar stuff.
Yeah, it makes me wonder too.
Because it's not like he had so many pages under his belt before this, as far as I know. So, like, it's not like he could have been that much cruder.
I don't know if he was, unhappy with his own work. I think it might have been the reproduction, because what else would you be complaining about if you didn't like the way something looked? It has to be just the production, right?
No, you were saying that he was around and stuff.
Oh, like yeah. He's in, and I'm not positive who this is, but like Hart Fisher published him, or like one of those kinds of like black and white publishers published him. Like I have some versions of it from those days. So a couple of years before this, he would have done some stuff.
Right. And you're not talking about the Avatar Goon.
No. He did some other stuff.
Okay.
I don't know if it would be work for hire exactly, but kind of like anthology stuff. How people used to float through some of those black and white anthologies.
Because it's couple years of disparity. Like the Avatar shit is 1999, and this is 2002.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing that I read is that he waited for the contract to run out. So I don't know what the terms of that were. But, I mean, I assume it's a reproduction issue more than anything else, but I could be wrong. And this is one of those like Kirby-esque moments, kind of based on just an action shot, but a couple of these marks down around the ankles and stuff I feel like have a little bit of that shading.
There's such a sound anatomical knowledge
Very solid
with this, because this hip is pivoted this way so clearly, the top is pivoted its own way, and there's that middle piece that everybody forgets about, where the hip is not connected to the top, but you see that there's that pivot there.
Yeah. Yeah, it just feels so solid to me.
Yeah.
And as a panel, flows perfectly. Good stuff.
The
Even the
squash and
wind up.
stretch. Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
like that fist is starting from the right side and going over, or starting from the left side and going over to the right side, so you get that nice range of motion as you read down the page.
Yeah, and you got the stretch and squash right there.
Yeah, it makes me want to read more Goon.
They come home with the bounty, man, and the guy's like buying panties or something at an auction. A little pervert.
Of course. Yeah, of course. So he's not limited, I guess, to two-dimensional media. Sculpted by Eric Powell if you want a Goon bust.
And that's a moment in time too, like when, you know, we all got into the internet by way of America Online, and then you get fucking hoodwinked into keeping your AOL address because you're already making business deals and shit, and you want to stay in contact with people. Like, this AOL.com shit lasted a good 10 years beyond anybody's fucking AOL purchases. Oh, I'm so glad we're past that.
That's funny. And then promoting that it's going to start as a series.
Yeah. This was a unicorn comic for me, man. When I saw this thing on the rack, I felt like I just couldn't believe that something was so good from somebody I'd never heard of. For whatever reason, I just didn't continue to pursue it. You know what it was? Like I quit the call center and I embarked on my own cartooning career and had to be really frugal for a good number of years. So I just wasn't buying new comics very much at all. And I actually think it was just that. Or else I probably would have kept up with everything, man. But there was like a good decade where I had to be pretty frugal if I wanted to like really put my all into making a career in comics, and new comic buying had to suffer because of that.
Yeah, I think most of us can relate to that. I feel like I've gone through those phases as well. Money gets tight, and you want to stick to that drawing table, so got to make some sacrifices. I love it. I love that it's a self-published effort too. I know that he's done a lot of work with Dark Horse, but it's cool that there's some self-publishing in there because it speaks to me. It tells me a lot about the cartoonist whenever they go that route. I
still don't know that Dirk Albatross isn't out there waiting to publish.
There's a picture of him in the back, so maybe you're right.
Good to go?
Yeah.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. King Kayfabers got these videos before you did, but you can take care of that by joining our Patreon at the link in the description below this video. All the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what you got out there for 2023.
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty is my next release. It'll be out this summer from Image Comics, and collect all the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive, so you're going to want to add that to your collection. Other books that are available right now, The Plain Janes and Hulk Grand Design, a recent release. Again, grab that one before it's out of print, because that might be gone for a bit once it goes. You can also join me on patreon.com/JimRugg and see some of my latest comics there. I've been posting those each week, a couple of pages a week, so check those out.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus coming to you this holiday season 2023. It's going to collect the 4 volumes of the Hip Hop Family Tree Treasury editions that are out there right now, but we're adding another 140 pages worth of art and content, lots of art that I drew specifically for this volume. Put in your orders and pre-orders now. We need those projections to know how many of these things to print. It is at press, so we need to know these things. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there right now, but we're putting out the 3rd and final installment of Red Room Crypto Killers #1, and is going to come out in May, followed by 2 the following month, man. 4 issues in this last series of Red Room comics, going to come to you on a monthly basis, all stories self-contained. There are 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design out there that you can support, and WYSIWYG. is also a comic of mine that you might find on the racks. Jimmy, what else do we got going on?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way, Jimmy.
Read more comics.
I swear I had to pee for 2 hours, man. Let me go do that real quick. Is your water down here, Jimmy?
Yeah, I'm going to grab it. I'm going to unplug your phone and plug mine in over there.
Yeah, do it.
Guys, a bunch of Goon fans in the audience. I feel like that's one of those books that I've known about forever and know it's good, and it's just like I said, you get gaps in this stuff, you know. There's probably a whole list of comics that I need to be reading that I haven't checked out yet. You guys that are Goon fans, any recommendations where to start or where I should go next in my Goon reading? Also, can you hear me whenever I stand this far away?
Oh man, I got another good Japan tip for anybody going over there, man. When you go there from America, very often you're gonna wake up that first day pretty early, 6, 7 a.m. and you're gonna feel like there's nothing to do, but that is not true because you should go directly to Tsukiji Fish Market and eat so much of the greatest like street food fucking fish stuff. These weird eggs that are made with like some kind of fish sauce and they're super sweet. It's called tamago, something like that.
I think that fish market is detailed a lot in Kitchen Confidential. It's a giant market.
Yeah, and if Bourdain talked about it, it's not exactly that way anymore because like it's in Jiro Dreams of Sushi where they have like the tuna auctions, but that's not there anymore. Like, because that used to be a whole spectacle for people, like a destination thing. That part is not there. That part is has moved away, but the actual market for wholesalers and stuff like that is still there, and there's so much gourmandizing to do when you're there, and it's set up for the fishermen, like who are coming in, you know, the fishmongers and shit. So, man, which one's mine? Maybe this one?
Yeah, try that one. I don't even know why mine would be connected.
Just because it's on. So like the Tsukiji Fish Market stuff that I'm talking about, it actually closes at like 9.
Yeah.
So you could go there from like when you wake up at 5, get on the Ginza line, take a little walk, and you're gonna fucking eat some amazing stuff and set yourself up for the rest of the day. I need another sip. There's this one thing I'm trying to get there. They only serve 110 of them a day. It's some sort of Buddhist number. It's an 18-dish breakfast. And so like it's
you need to do that.
Yeah, it's 18 bowls, and like it could be like 2 pieces of like tofu, could be 1, but it's 18 dishes, man. And I'm gonna try to hit that day 1. Like,
yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
This is what we're talking about next, guys. Faust and the Crow, Tim Vigil pencils.
Yeah. Yeah, he tried to float this thing. We'll talk about it. This is where we should lock it in. On the inside stuff, Jimmy, can you lock that? Good. Hit it, Jimmy. Welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I am Jim Rugg.
Great stuff to talk about today, but first, King Kayfabers on our Patreon are the people who get to see all of these videos before anybody else, because they get the videos as we edit them, but they're also hanging out with us in the chat room right now as we record these videos. Sometimes books get kayfabe affected before we even record the videos, so jump on board with the Patreon, support the channel that way. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. In 2023, going to be a very big year for Cartoonist Kayfabe. I'm going to have the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus coming to you around holiday season. It's going to be 504 pages, collecting the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there right now. But there's going to be 140 pages of extras, including a bunch of art that I drew specifically for this volume. Starting in May is going to be the next and final round of Red Room. We're calling it Crypto Killers. And this is the cover to Volume 1. This is the cover to Volume 2. Going to be coming out on a monthly basis. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit. Each issue self-contained. There are 2 Red Room trade paperbacks out there right now. 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design that I put together. And a hardcover book called WYSIWYG. Jimmy's going to have in July Street Angel Princess of Poverty coming out to collect all of his Street Angel material that is not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive trade paperback, which should already be on your shelf. And if it's not, take care of that, fix that, get this book. It's got a new edition out. You have both volumes. You have all of Jimmy's Street Angel comics to this date. He is the creator of Hulk Grand Design and the artist behind Plain Jane's the shoujo manga. Now, Jimmy, we have a P.O. box. A lot of good stuff comes into that P.O. box. And somebody, they're not profiting on this. You see it, not for sale. But Tim Vigil, not too long ago, was showing off a bunch of crow imagery that he was putting together. And he kept saying these like little mysterious comments like, you know, I tried, guys, I tried. And one of the things that he tried to make happen was a Faust Crow team-up comic, an outlaw fucking crossover comic. He even drew a couple of pages of this thing. We have some credits in here. Keith Snyder as writer. I don't know if this is the guy who just put this thing together and sent it to us. I don't know what the deal is, who Keith Snyder is, man. But get a couple pages. It's not like Uncle Tim can be drawing whole comics for on spec, but you get everything you need to get, man. You got your money shot. Faust introduced here up front. I still hear some stuff on that.
Can't turn the volume any lower.
Huh, so weird. And then you get your crow piece showing up a couple of pages after that. On the channel, we had the Tim Vigil Batman bootleg. About 25 pages of that sucker. This falls in line with that.
Yeah, this is great for me because I like seeing his pencils.
Yeah.
You know, it's a chance to really kind of see how he builds. And he works rough. Like, all the panels are even done at different levels of detail. Almost like he's doing his layouts on the page and then goes back in and tightens up some of them.
Yeah.
And the nature of this kind of project is very different levels of how developed the pages are, the pencils are. But it's cool to see stuff like how he blocks together a city,
Yeah.
you know, or any of these characters. Like, how much detail is he laying down in the pencils? Because, like, that's a very rough sketch for a city.
Totally.
And maybe he would pencil a little tighter if he was going to, you know, if this were ready to go to inks. But it's cool. Like, you look at, like, lips or something, and that feels fully built to me.
It reminds me of that Batman bootleg stuff where there are things he likes to draw a lot. And that's going to get the bulk of his attention to start.
If you go back one page, it's really interesting to see, like, he's just doing, like, perspective grid almost for that city, you know, just kind of indicating what he needs to kind of lay that out. And we're at that very loose layout, like building almost your wire model for perspective for those buildings.
Right. But he's going to take that time and put some work in on his dude. At some level, there's like, I know that Corbin and Wrightson is in his DNA when it comes to making this stuff. But at this pencil stage, I see a lot of Bissett Toddlebin.
Yeah, I can see that. That's always interesting to me too, because we grew up with that image era where it was like my pencils could basically be inks. They're so tight.
Yeah.
And then when you see these guys who are more drawing and letting the inker do the finishing, you get to see more of that construction and almost like building. And, you know, the extreme example is going to be someone like a Gene Colan where it's like it's shaded and you got to interpret how you're going to do that in black and white. But here it's kind of neat to see him build up those figures from very loose scribbles to like, this is tight. You know, like you can imagine the ink lines that would go over some of it.
I was teasing it for a little bit, man, but here goes the James O'Barr Crow. I mean, the Tim Vigil Crow that would be in that crossover, and then over the years, all of this stuff came out like on Vigil's social media within the past couple of months. You know, we're recording this in April of 2023. And definitely in the calendar year 2023, he started putting these out, just talking about, I maybe dusted this off and was like, I tried, guys. I wanted to make it happen.
Yeah, check this out. It's pretty fun. The very loose sketch versus the more refined, tighter version, so you can kind of see the building up of that. But, you know, a lot of value in that face in terms of just like laying down a heavier, a darker line to get those values as opposed to like, let's work out the hatching here. Makes me curious, like, who says no? Is James O'Barr completely in control of the Crow rights? You know, I wonder if he's the one. I mean, it must be him shooting it down.
Yeah.
Because here's Vigil trying.
Yeah, he isn't in charge of print rights, publication rights for Crow. That is something that he retained. He talks about, you know, whenever a new Crow thing comes online, he will comment. He'll show it off and comment, and any of that Brandon Lee stuff, he gets nothing on. And I think he made an emotional choice back when the Crow movie was being made, and gave all rights to that kind of stuff fully to his widow. You know, pretty tragic ending for Brandon Lee, and James O'Barr is an empathetic dude. So he's like, yeah, you guys, you take that loot. So he's got the pub rights though. And seeing all this Tim Vigil fucking Crow stuff. I mean, is this not a dream comic? You know what I mean? Like, certainly for...
Yeah, and there aren't that many when I think of like indie comics and crossovers. Like, I don't really usually care too much, but this does feel like this would be a pretty big one.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not looking for a Faust Crow crossover done by some schmuck. I want to see, in like Fantasyland, it's Megaton Savage Dragon where Tim's drawing his guy.
That'd be super cool.
With tones and all that shit. And then James O'Barr's drawing his guy. There's no way that'll ever happen. But a Tim Vigil one where he's drawing everything, that sounds fine to me. I'll take that. But you know what, Tim? Let me do the duotone. Let me add some duotone to it, man. Because they never got it right. Like, when I went to Avatar and stuff, like, I could put some duotone, make it extra sexy, make it feel like that OG Faust. Look at this right here, man. A note from James O'Barr. Well done, Tim.
Looks like he's channeling some O'Barr in that illustration.
Yeah.
Much more of that heavy black line.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't this feel like the greatest, like, prison tattoo or something? Right? Like, the whole design of it just feels like, put that on Danny Trejo's back or something.
Yeah, it's weird to think of this as, like, new Vigil work. You know, leaking out. Because that stuff, it's pretty sparse. You see it on his social media, but that's about it. Yeah.
And some of this stuff was probably like ripped directly from that. You see the digitization. I'm sure that the guy who put together this zine would have been much tighter, like the other pieces, if he had a better access to better scans and things. There is a forthcoming complete Faust that is coming out. You provided some citations, some quotes. I put together some pull quotes.
Go back one more. I really like the construction of this hand.
Oh, yeah.
It feels really good to me.
When we did the Tim Vigil shoot interview, we took him out to dinner ahead of that, man. Got him soused, as they say, man. Put a bunch of liquor in his hand and shit to get him ready to go. And one of the things he said, that is a joke, by the way. One of the things that he said when he puts together his art, he's very much into the art of drawing. It's very important to him. And he said what he does is every piece he does, he studies it and comes up with 5 things that he wants to work on for the next piece. So he's very much...
Yeah, it's one of the unique qualities about him in terms of being an outlaw artist and a self-published artist and, you know, a real indie guy for his whole career. Like, I feel like there aren't too many people that have been making comics in that market as long as he has, and also has that sort of attention to anatomy and to drawing.
Yeah.
This looks like a marker color, maybe.
Yeah, you know, it's on one of those, like, sketch cover things, and... Yeah, Copics, it's called out in the bottom there.
Yep. Boy, it's weird because that red is red. It's so flat.
Yeah. 2022, man, a little crow piece.
Yeah, strange object. It has the Rebel Studios logo on the front of it.
Yeah, it's just some guy. Just somebody made this. They're having
You think
fun.
this is made independently of Vigil?
I do. I do. Like, I'm not 100% sure. But I don't think that this is coming from Vigil. It wasn't sent to us from Vigil, that's for sure. I just think somebody was scouring some stuff off the net, because this was pretty remarkable stuff. Like, I don't know that Vigil has this at his drawing tables at the conventions. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, man, but it's a heck of an object, and it's definitely worth a look on the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. There it is, man. Nice companion piece to our Batman bootleg episode that when we got hold of all that Tim Vigil work. Go check that one out if you haven't.
Yeah. This is one of those too. When I see pencils, sometimes it's like I'd like to ink them.
Yeah.
And there are some drawings in here that I feel that way.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I mean, there was part of me, because like we have some online relationship with David Quinn and stuff, with email and stuff, the writer of Faust. There was a part of me, and if I had endless loot, like I didn't have to worry about shit, it crossed my mind to be like, let me do the tones on the back half of Faust, like the ones that have like the weird gray tones and shit, you know. Yeah. Let me put the duotone on those ones, man, and make it look holistic. But I can't be doing that. I can't be doing that, man. I'm a busy guy. I got to draw my own comics and make my own loot. But man, I wanted to.
That was something that impressed me when we talked to Vigil, is that he did that. Like, he learned Photoshop. I think that he may have redone them for the complete collection that's coming out, but don't hold me to that.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure that he said that, or David Quinn or somebody had mentioned that.
Super fun. Thanks to the person who sent this to us, man. Unfortunately, we so much mail, like it all gets shuffled around. Maybe it was Keith Snyder.
It does fit nicely into my collection of weird bootleg doujinshi, outlaw.
Right. Maybe it was Josh Heron.
Yeah.
Because the design is chalked up to him.
Interesting object. Speaks to the low entry point of comics, and that you can make a small print run like this and not break the bank.
Yeah, enough to give it away.
Yeah.
Clearly not for sale. James O'Barr, don't get mad. Nobody's making no money off of this stuff, man. But super fun to look at. Worth an episode on the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, if you're good to go, I'm good to go.
Yep.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell. We can notify you when new videos are available. The King Kayfabers get these videos before anybody, and a bunch of them are hanging out with us in the chat room at this very moment. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what you have coming out.
Street Angel Princess of Poverty is my next book. It'll be out this summer from Image Comics, collecting all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. So this will complete your set, 2 nice complementary volumes. My other books that are available, Plain Jane's and Hulk Grand Design, a recent release. You can also join me on patreon.com/JimRugg to see my latest comics. I've been posting those weekly, and see what I've been up to.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus coming to you in 2023. This is going to collect the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there on the racks right now. There's going to be 140 pages of additional art and material, including a bunch of artwork that I drew specifically for this piece. There are 2 Red Room trade paperbacks out there, but why not have a third one, man? A trinity of horror, gory comics. Crypto Killers, issue number 1, going to start coming out in May. Very much inspired by the outlaw comics traditions of Faust and The Crow. Monthly installments coming out, 4 rounds of those. Each story is completely self-contained, so if you see any random issues of Red Room out there, scoop it up, give it a chance. If you dig it, grab another one. There are 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design that I put together, as well as hardcover graphic novel WYSIWYG that you may find. But Jimmy, tell the people what else we got going on.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way, Jimmy.
Make more comics. I'm going to start to render on my next page.
Now, I seen a bunch of Mr. Beast conversations and interviews and stuff.
Yep.
And one of the things he says is like with your titles and your thumbnails and shit.
Yep.
Is to be so confident and hyperbolic about the title and shit.
Okay.
So like with this Klaus Janson on Jim Lee thing.
Yeah.
Like I'm thinking about something as crazy as like Klaus Janson is Jim Lee's best inker or something. What do you think about something like that? It's a big statement.
Well, you know how I feel about the best inkers. It's Klaus Janson and Al Williamson are probably my 1 and 2 slot in some order. So,
closer. Man, that cover.
It is a really good cover.
I wonder if Klaus. Well, fuck it. Lock me in, Jimmy.
You ready?
Yes, sir. Welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Great issue of Punisher War Journal under the microscope today, man. Jim Lee, inked by Klaus Janson, but we got to let you guys know that we have a Patreon out there, and the biggest supporters on our Patreon get these videos before anybody else. Completely mitigates the kayfabe effect, because a lot of our King Kayfabers are watching us record this video in a live stream chat right now. It's Punisher War Journal number 11 we're looking at, and they already bought up all the cheapest copies off of eBay and Amazon of this issue of Punisher that we're going to be looking at. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make in 2023. It's going to be a big year. Hip Hop Family Tree, the Omnibus, is coming out in time for the holidays. It's going to collect the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there, including 140 pages of additional artwork and material. Bunch of artwork that I made specifically for this edition. Please support that book. I'm extremely freaking proud of it. Red Room is going to start up again in May. It's covered a Red Room Crypto Killers issue number 1, Red Room Crypto Killers issue number 2 cover, panel 1 of the story. Man, the reason I still have this comic is because it fell behind a dresser and got to stay unread for years, but until we moved and I was a more responsible human, because I was scooping these comics up early. I was such a fan of Jim Lee on this stuff and just watching him grow. Like, he drew a fucking badass Punisher. I destroyed those comics to tatters. I destroyed Dude, I had the Venom issue, man, the McFarlane joint, to tatters. The only reason this exists in any kind of unfloppy, shitty condition is because I lost it when I was immature and small. Green hair, red eyes. Weird.
Do you think Janson colored this cover?
I do.
This pale yellow is one of his colors.
It is, man. And doing adventurous things is a Klaus Janson staple. And doing something like red eyes and offsetting the red logo against green hair, this dark bluish gray, like that's a Klaus Janson color also. I think he's all over this. And the thesis statement of the day, the controversial statement of the day, man. Klaus Janson is Jim Lee's best inker. And when it comes to the Punisher, and making this a gritty New York. Klaus Jansson's the man for the job. I said it in that Jim Lee trading card joint when I did the introductory, the intro to that book. How cool it was to see Jim Lee inking Jim Lee. And there's a lot of people out there, man, with those hardened arteries, near heart attack having motherfuckers, man, who are talking shit, saying that like Eddie P talking smack on that Scott Williams ink job, because I said that Scott Williams is antiseptically perfect on Jim Lee. I stand by that, even though it offends some jobbers out there. It's no offense to Scott Williams. He does his job well. But this shit, for this urban setting, for the subject matter, perfect for the job.
These are really interesting comics from a Jim Lee perspective, because I feel like Jim Lee is not Jim Lee at the beginning of this run, and by the end he kind of is. So you get to see like growth, you get to see him experimenting. Sometimes he inks himself, sometimes he works with different inkers. Like having a Klaus Janson ink you would make any penciler better.
Yes.
And that's what we're going to get to see here. But it's also such a contrast stylistically to Scott Williams, who we all associate with Jim Lee. You know, they're almost inseparable. So to get a guy who's really coming from a different direction ink-wise, almost a different view of Jim Lee as a result.
Yeah. Yeah. He's never looked grittier, more urban. Look at all of this work on that splash page, dude. We're having Zipatone. We're having Zipatone, but like 2 layers of the same zip. We're peeling off dots.
There's crazy stuff going on in that background, because there's like smoky cloud stuff happening. I don't know if that's like ramming different zips against each other, or if that's ink on there. Really cool looking. But you know, there are other parts that do feel Jim Lee-esque. Like some of the collar of that coat to me is
you see Gambit rocking that.
Different lines from Janson on there. You know, like Janson's such a pro. Like I think he's really trying to take what Jim Lee puts down and accentuate it.
Is that not a badass Punisher? There ain't no reason to have a little babushka around your head, man, a little headband. But it just looks cool.
Yeah.
And also the shadow on his face kind of mirroring...
I copied that shadow face a lot.
Yeah. But it's so perfect because it's like mirroring the skull on the chest.
Yeah, that's a money page. Like whoever bought that original art page, that's a special page.
Yes, sir. I wonder if some of these dots are like those like rub-on dots.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I really...
Very mechanical looking stuff, man.
It does look like it would be almost impossible to do that from like a regular screen tone.
Yeah.
Unless you were painting on it or really rubbing the hell out of it to chip away.
Yeah, there were these like dots that you could burnish on.
It's neat to see this kind of like organic line noodling on a Punisher, on a Jim Lee face.
Yeah, and what it does, it's like you add Klaus Janson to Jim Lee, and then you create a Kubert kind of aesthetic.
You're right about that headband, though. That's really funny. Like seeing him rocking that headband. It's the 80th of 80s fashion.
He's down with some Pat Benatar, man.
It was one of the weird... Punisher was like 80s Punisher.
Had no question. Like put a bandana on him. Rambo had a bandana, so like it's badass. That's the thing, man. Jim Lee's just a California cat, you know. So he's bringing like the Hollywood version to this kind of shit, and it's like, well, it's just cool, but Klaus really adds that real hardcore New York vibe to this joint.
And Gregory Wright on the colors, I mentioned that because I think that color is really good.
Yes.
And it would not have surprised me if that were a Klaus Janson color job. But tip of the hat to Gregory Wright on the colors, because I really think that's a sweet panel. And I give a lot of the credit to the color.
The writing on these Punisher comics is like, we were talking with Klaus not too long ago, and it put me down a rabbit hole, and I'm like, let me reread some Punisher comics, you know, the Mike Baron joints. And this is Leaf, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, this is Carl Potts on the joint. And they would, like, you know, sort of take stuff out of the newspaper of the day, the sort of concerns of the day, and make their comics about it. But it's the kind of like, it's, you know, it's Marvel hackery in terms of writing. So it's like very, very surface level crackheads and all that kind of stuff.
Scott Williams makes an appearance here in the headlines.
Yeah, I wonder who does this, right? Like, who does this part? Is that the letterer's gig?
Yeah, I have no answer for that. It makes me wonder, like, were they sharing a studio? Like, was there already a relationship built there between Jim Lee and Scott Williams?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think Scott Williams had and Wills had something because they were San Diego, right? And then Jim Lee was not quite there yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know when that all comes together.
It's these little bits where Klaus really helped shine and build this kind of gritty urban decay.
This is one of those projects I'd be very curious to see if Klaus has pencils of what this looked like before he got hold of it.
We gotta ask him.
Because, I mean, we saw the gigantic wall of flat files. I think he's definitely archived a lot of stuff, so I'd be very curious to see what he's adding on some of these pages.
Jimmy, I pulled this comic off the rack, right? I was there, man. Like my pop culture knowledge is still in here, right? So you got the drug dealer guy wearing British Knight warm-up suit. In second grade, this came out when I was in second grade. In second grade, like, British Knights were cool in first grade. In second grade, endorsement deal from MC Hammer. He has a cartoon with magic shoes and shit. They're British Knights. Instantly uncool. You could not be caught dead with British Knights after MC Hammer got that endorsement deal, man. So this is a bunch of, like, old heads who are removed saying, oh, what's cool? Oh, yeah, that MC Hammer, he's cool.
Do you know what the logo on his shirt is? I can't quite make it out.
Who?
Our British Knights guy. Like, it starts with an M. You can see it kind of clearly in some of the panels, but I don't recognize what it is. It's front and back.
Yeah.
But it's very, it's illegible.
Yeah, I don't know. Punisher, Master of Disguise. Every issue, he's dressed up as something, man. And here he is in his, like... dude, is this, like, total, like, animal abuse? Because he talks about, like, a 2x4 with wires and nails. And so he gets the dog to chomp on it. So is the dog chomping on a nail? And then he wraps a wire around the dog's head. Like, is that what we're dealing with here?
Yeah, I mean, literally that's what happens, so...
Because like, I'm looking, I don't see where any nails come into play. I don't see nails on the board. It's just text.
Right.
So, like, maybe did
you wonder if they editorially removed
the
that?
Ramita Raiders took the gore out of the comic?
It's funny, too, because the dog hangs around growling and trying to...
That's brutal, dude.
Well...
He's got that comics code?
I mean, we've also seen how many dead bodies already, so yeah, brutal, yes.
You know how it goes. The dogs never receive trauma. Good kick in the door, 3-point perspective joint.
Man, I need to carry around that extinction agenda for every door kicked in and see how close it is to Cable kicking in the danger room door.
Right. Rat-a-tat-tatting a bunch of dudes. And then, like, see this Jim Lee, man, he's funny, dude. Because, like, this is just, like, straight out of the Warriors guy.
Yes.
You know? Like, I could almost picture him clanking 2 beer bottles together with his fingers. All the, just central casting bad guys in these Punisher comics.
Look at the, like... super close range of... I like to imagine that's the grenade launcher he's using.
Or just through the dude's body, you just see shards.
Death Wish 3 style.
And there's also, like, unification. Like, this is, like, such a... just, like, 70s Warriors type gang, but he's, like, in an urban setting. And it's just, like, that never intermingled. You could see Jim Lee in his face right here. You can see some Jim Lee in that.
Yeah, I can also see some Kubert in that.
Uh-huh.
Which is a really weird thing to see there. Yeah, the I'm wearing a leather vest and no shirt under it guy. Has there been one drug dealer that actually dressed that way ever?
That's what I'm saying. It's like...
It's such a like
theatrical.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a cliche in a way, but what's it go back to?
Yeah. I that some of that stuff must have existed in New York because, like, I think of Sport in Taxi Driver and Scorsese. Like, I feel like he lives there. He should know.
Maybe you're right because it can't come from nowhere.
Right. Also, like, Microchip needs to be on every FBI list because he is a fucking, like, Oklahoma City type, Waco, Texas guy, like, waiting to happen.
Yeah.
A portly loner incel guy who can get hold of the most fucked up weaponry. Like, there's a subtext to that, dude, that is extremely dark. Especially, this is probably like 89. Yeah, 89. I was, second grade. And then, like, those early 90s with all the Ruby Ridge and all that. Like, he's straight out of that shit, man.
I like this page.
Yeah.
There's some nice pencils in terms of, like, I don't know, panel-to-panel storytelling.
Totally.
I feel like this stuff reads pretty well.
It does.
Again, like, this isn't totally formed Jim Lee. Like, there'll be stuff that we never see him do again.
It's true.
But there's some really strong stuff in here, too.
And you see both dudes on the page, like in panels like this. You see the Klaus. Mm-hmm. You see the Jim Lee in there. This little boot camp thing is...
By the way, they're both deaf and having terrible tinnitus after this. Like, they are damaging themselves by not wearing ear protection with an indoor firing range like that.
Right.
Bad idea. Real bad.
This Crime Line TV show with the boot camp thing. It's almost like those boot camps were like rich people do with their kids.
Yeah.
Just have the guys show up at 3 a.m. and kidnap your child and take them away because they're too much of a pain. But also, straight out of Central Casting, R. Lee Emery just came out a year or two before, man. Full Metal Jacket. So, like, every boot camp instructor is this way. And I have examples in my life, man, of dudes from my neighborhood who a little bit older, man, old enough to go off to like Desert Storm, and they received no discipline from those boot camp dudes, and they laughed at those motherfuckers' faces with all their like rhetoric and talk and stuff. Yeah, they got in trouble. Yeah, they got KP duty. Yeah, they got punched in the stomach, but they were still laughing at those dudes and thought they were corny. And what I'm saying is, those dudes that I knew, one of them was a crack dealer. He didn't get no fucking discipline from these stagey douchebags.
How much did Jim Lee like doing that page of all television cameras with Klaus Janson inks?
Right,
like knowing that he loves Frank Miller, I feel like this is just your dream page.
He's still chasing it. Still chasing it, man.
There's your boy Microchip.
Yeah, with MIT. So, like, where did Ted Kaczynski go to school? I know he was kind of like a smarty pants also.
I think he was a Harvard guy.
Yeah, I think he was... I was thinking some Ivy League gimmick.
That's where he got MK Ultra'd.
Right.
Is that a verb?
How about the, like, half face with your portly fella?
I like that.
It's kind of like that Leonardo DiCaprio meme where it's, like, young Leo pointing and then it shows, like, the Django Unchained fat Leo.
And this is Micro undermining Castle.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, man. He thinks that this guy's been rehabbed. He's gone through that system, and that maybe Frank shouldn't just go kill him. And so he sabotages him. The van breaks down, and Micro's like, "Oh, I'm doing some explosive work. I can't really help you out." And Frank has a motorcycle to get there on time.
Look at that drawing of Punisher. That is fantastic. Great colors.
Yeah, I was going to say, once again, man, Gregory Wright with that green second light.
Who would have thought, right?
Pretty cool looking.
Who would have thought to put that on there?
Yeah, it would have been real easy to go yellow there, and I kind of love the green. It's such a weird, and it's great for a nighttime shadow highlight.
And it's one of those, what they call the analogous color combination, man, where you got just like that red, that one hot color amongst all the cools, and then we're going to carry that red over into the censor, the site.
Yeah, it's another nice page by everybody.
Here's the question, man. Is the inker responsible for that little crosshair? I know Klaus has been known to do his surprints.
Yeah, it must be, right? I don't know
Colorist?
who else would have been...
Colorist? I don't know.
And look at Frank Castle decides, you know what? I'll keep tabs on him and we'll see. And I think he relies on Microchip can keep up with this guy, pointing to your Microchip's involved in a lot of illegal activities. Yeah, the writing of these books is pretty tough.
It can't be like the Garth Ennis Punisher had to come along in like a time they relaxed the code and they gave him a space to allow for that kind of stuff to happen and to play up that level, because for TV movie type urban landscape.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it feels like. It's like a pre-peak TV kind of tone or something, you know? You want it to be satisfying in like these 22-page chunks, but also have some subplot for the next issue, and it makes for a very odd book.
Yeah, you just know that anybody who's introduced is a Star Trek red shirt and will probably get killed.
Because, like, what is this scared straight thing? It's almost like a backup feature.
Yeah, just like a weird, like, 2-3 pager.
And it's this group of cops who are trying to, like, scare gang members into going straight. And then they get exposed and get killed.
Right. And
by
that's
the
it.
gang members.
And that's it. That's the comic.
I assume it's followed up in a future issue, but it's just a peculiar, you know, this is these guys rallying. Like, once they realize it's the cops messing with them, they're like, let's get some revenge. Like,
right.
What is this?
Yeah, I think, like, shot down. Shot in the back. And I think they actually sympathize. Like, they're like, you know what? They killed our friend. Fuck those guys.
Yeah, it's not the desired effect. It's got to be a future storyline, right?
I just don't know. I do have most of those issues.
Boy, this last page looks like Jansen could have drawn this entire page. It's very Jansen-esque.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got a lot of Jansen on that, for sure.
Jansen on Jim Lee, how fun.
It really is, man. There's more War Journal Jim Lee that we need to look at. There are a few Al Milgrom inked issues. We can see how those things stack up. One that I'm very excited to check out is issue 8, the one that where Jim Lee inks himself. Let's see what that looks like.
Yeah, maybe the most iconic Punisher image, that cover.
It's a good teaser, man. And then, of course, dude, you end with some Elliot R. Brown doing his technical illustration of Gun Prawn.
Yeah, this is one where it's like, I want to sit down the creative team, the editors, and be like, what was your average age group that you were selling this book to?
I was so into this stuff.
We all were.
I would but I would also, even like, knowing that I want to grow up to make comics and stuff, like, I would get like Guns and Ammo and draw the Mac 10 and draw the Tech 9 and shit like that in a perfect profile and memorize it, draw it in my homeboy's notebook, and just impress the hell out of them that I could draw an accurate Mac 10 with like all this. So like this, we were really being radicalized as kids, man, with our G.I. Joe and even at this point, I had the water pistols, man, that look like real gun. Like, I'm not from the orange nipple fucking water gun stage. I'm at the era of like 12-year-olds getting shot by cops because their guns look too good. Rambo. There was a Rambo cartoon.
Yeah, Rambo toys. As a different era.
Yeah, and we see what happened.
There should be warnings on our childhood.
Well, Columbine, I mean, those dudes are my age. Good to go?
Yeah.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. King Kayfabers on our Patreon. Get the videos before anybody else, man. So join the Patreon. Mitigate that Kayfabe effect. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what you got.
Street Angel Princess of Poverty is my next book, out this summer. Pre-order it now from Image Comics. It collects all the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, which Image has also just re-released. You can also pick up the Plain Janes and Hulk Grand Design, and you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg to see my latest comics. I've been posting those weekly, so check them out.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus coming to you 2023, man, in time for the holidays. 504 pages, collecting the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there right now. 140 pages of additional art and content. A lot of art that I drew specifically for this book to make it a nice whole single unit. Please support that book. I'm super, super excited. And we have that off to the printer, but we don't know how many of them to print up yet, so you got to let us know. Red Room is starting up again in May. These are the covers to Red Room Crypto Killers issue 1 and 2. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. Each issue of Red Room completely self-contained. There are 2 Red Room trade paperbacks out there right now. 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design comics that I wrote and drew, and a WYSIWYG. What else do we have going on, Jimmy?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders. We'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Let's see something with the... Feels so weird that they didn't like sell some ads.
For inside covers?
Yeah. On the newsstand joint.
These were a more expensive book.
They were.
Punisher, I think, was $1, and this was $1.50 book, so I don't know if that's why you get that. It is strange.
But it was newsstand.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing it on the newsstand. I don't know why they do that. It's so weird, that price point on several of these books.
Yeah, it doesn't have the volume. Like Spider-Man, they could knock that price off, but like
Conan probably wasn't selling great at this time, although it's probably selling at like army bases and stuff where you would need the newsstand distribution.
Right.
Spectacular Spider-Man and Web of Spider-Man, those two probably weren't selling great. Silver Surfer, Quasar.
You know what, dude? Quasar was at the grocery store. Like it had the big numbers.
I think everything in that top pink area is newsstand distro.
Yeah, the dollar books, and then the stuff on the bottom. Like I am surprised that Quasar's there, but it was. I remember scooping that up. I remember scooping up Silver Surfer from the beginning. Never grew. Like I'd never seen a Gru comic. That shocks me.
That would have been an epic publication. I'm surprised that was in a dollar thing. Maybe they thought that was like an all ages kind of book or a younger reader book.
Yeah. But
dude, it's so hard to tell like what anybody was thinking in all of this.
Right.
Cloak and Dagger is an ongoing series. Like I have completely forgotten that was an ongoing series.
See, this is so interesting because this Wolverine is an expensive one.
Yeah, they knew what they had there. I think that was one of their top sellers. Super popular. And maybe that was a slightly older book. Like it launched with that, that Madripoor stories felt like that was aimed at an older reader.
Right.
So like $1.50 cover price, maybe they could get away with that.
King Kayfabe, here's what's going to go down, man, because me and Jimmy aren't going to get together for a couple of weeks. As I edit the videos today, I'm going to sit there at the comp, and I'm going to, we have some stuff in the queue that we haven't put up on the Patreon that's like a little bit older or whatever. So I'll put a lot of that stuff up there. There might be about 20 videos that are going to show up. So you're still getting a bunch of videos ahead of everybody else. And but we're not going to be putting much new content there for the next couple of weeks. But you're still getting access to a bunch of stuff before anybody else, if that makes sense. And then I'm going to be gone for like 2 weeks. Me and Jimmy are going to try to get together and do one record before he's off for a week and a half or so. I'm not sure if I'm going to do a record session while Jimmy's away. Probably. I like to keep, Thursday is record day. Maybe I could get Tom to come in for that round or something. But you're getting a bunch of videos ahead of everybody else, man. Your Patreon patronage is much appreciated. And we're going to keep that stuff rocking. But we're going to try to get together. It's not going to be a Thursday because Jimmy's off on like a Thursday, I think.
Yeah.
So it'll be like a Monday, Tuesday kind of deal. I think he might be flying off Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's a real weird thing because I get home like on a Sunday. And then we have 2 days where you're here and then you get off. And we got to try to figure out how to record there, see where my head is and stuff. But like I said to you in text or whatever, like I'll edit all of them. Like if we decide what it is, man, maybe you could put together the thumbnails and then I could be at the drawing board while editing and then have the thumbnails ready to go. That would save me a bunch of time. But like if I was recording with Tom, I would edit all the videos anyhow. So like it's so tight. And maybe there will be a time where it makes sense where you do the edits for a week or something. It all comes out in the wash.
Indeed.
So, King Kayfabers, thank you guys so much for joining us.
Yes.
Another great round of vids recorded. We are going to go crack open some mail and see what kind of future episodes we have in the stacks here, man. So, we're going to be on our way.